What is happening out there, Roto Scouts football fans? Did you catch me glancing down to make sure that the microphone was on there this time? Thought of it just as I was going live. I had to adjust the camera real quick, and I was like, oh shit, did I turn the microphone on, or am I going to be talking to myself again? Welcome to a Friday show, gang. Good to see everybody here. For a little bit late. Apologies for the late start. 4 minutes slipped away from me there that I didn't quite realize. I thought we were in like the 4:16 range. Just threw some updates up on the site. Was getting a lot done in the background. We've got rankings posted. We've got projection updates posted. First cut of the Groups and Optimizers article is up there, so you've got the various lineup shells, and I'll add all the game notes, and I'll update the whole thing tonight as usual. We'll have that going into tomorrow, and then I'll do another cut Saturday night going into Sunday to get the final. But I think the notes part of it should be up tonight. That's the plan anyway, because otherwise I won't have enough time to get it done. So that's going to be today. But right now we're going to dive in. And we're going to talk game by game through a pretty decent-looking slate, smaller than what we've had the last few Sundays. Stephen Leibowitz points out 7. This is the red zone of DFS, Terry's NFL show. There's 7 hours of commercial-free football starting now. Yeah, hopefully we're not going 7. Probably not even going 5 like we did. I think we were 5 last week, which was a bit much. But, smaller slate. We've not only got bye weeks, we've also got a London game this week. The London game instead of the dual Monday night game, so kind of the same thing there. But we've got some... Dustin Smith says, I thought this was on Saturday nights. It bounces around, Dustin. It's not really locked down. A lot of it depends on what's going on in my life. So tomorrow I've actually got something going on during the day, so I'm not going to be able to do it tomorrow, so we're doing it today. But... trying to get it where we're going to do with baseball ending and everything. I didn't do it this week, just first week in, and then we'll have basketball coming up, obviously. But I'm going to try and work in and continue to do the at least one midweek show, if not 2, and then we'll do a version of this either Friday or Saturday. But this will always be a little bit variable, either Friday or Saturday. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Ken Woodhouse is here. We got Dustin's here, Anthony Taylor, Stephen Leibowitz, Craig Biancone's here, Cujo, first one in the door. Happy TGIF. Hope everyone had a good week. Yeah, hopefully everybody's doing well out there. Week not treating you too poorly. If anybody's in the southeast, hopefully your recovery's going well. Hopefully you weren't too jammed up by that terrible storm that hit. A lot of people dealing with a lot of issues down there. So hopefully everybody out there is doing well. Like I was saying, it's a pretty interesting slate. We've got a lot of really good totals on the board. We've got a lot of really interesting scoring spots for scoring potential, some potential shootout games. Like you can see, in the top game there, San Francisco favored by 7.5 in that one, but still a really beefy 50-point total. Arizona's offense has been pretty decent. There's a lot of weapons to work with, some good bring-back pieces at the very least, and some solid game total to support the idea of scoring on both sides. So really like the setup of the slate. I think there's going to be a lot to talk about. As usual, it's the night game is on FanDuel. That one's Dallas and Pittsburgh this week. So that's further down the board. We'll get to that one in a little bit. It's an interesting game, but probably a little lower end than I think the one we had last week to have at the end of the night. We've got both Buffalo and Baltimore on the main slate on both sides this week. So again, just a lot to work with, a lot to go through. No time like the present to dive in. So this is just in the order that's either FanDuel or Pinnacle had it. I forget which order this is in. And then once we get to the game board, we'll, as we always do, just go alphabetically through the list of games. But starting things off up at the top there, the Jets and the Vikings, a 40-point total in that one. Minnesota favored by 2.5 in a home game. It's a reasonable spot to expect, a little bit of, bear with me one sec. Why am I talking about the Minnesota and the Jets game? I'm like, wait a minute, this game's not on the slate. That's the London game. I'm brain dead. I'm like, why do I know nothing about this game? I'll have stuff for that. I started talking without really thinking about where I was. Cleveland and Washington. The actual starting point for the slate. That's why I put those notes there in the first place, so I don't do exactly what I just did. Anyway, that will be, if you're playing the London game, that will be a reasonable spot to expect a little bit of offense on both sides. But we'll talk about that game at another point, and I'll have projections up for that game in the morning. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Stephen, I was just like, I started talking about it, and that's why I said, hold on a second, and I clicked over to the projections file, and I was like, why do I not have this game projected? Took me a minute. Cleveland at Washington. This one's a little uncomfortable, 43.5 point total. Cleveland is drawing some pretty decent projections just on the back of that really, really rough Washington pass defense. I don't love the Cleveland passing game just because of who throws the ball, but they've been moderately effective. There's two very good weapons in the wide receiver core in that group. They might be getting David Njoku back this week, which would be another upgrade for the passing game. They've got a reasonably competent running game. So I think kind of, much to my chagrin, we're going to have to go a little Cleveland this week. Probably going to get a little popularity just with everybody loading up against that Washington defense all season. Washington, reasonable enough weapons on the other side. Daniels obviously playing extremely, extremely well for a rookie quarterback. It is very impressive what he's done out there, and he's a multifaceted quarterback, so I think we can look at stacks on their side of the game. Hope they hang in it. It's not the biggest total on the board, obviously, so there's not a ton of support for going in their direction. I think Cleveland, despite being the underdog, is the more appealing DFS option here. Washington favored by 3.5. But I do think good enough options on both sides. You've got McLaurin, you've got Robinson. There's pieces to work with on the Washington side. Baltimore and Cincy, a 48.5 point total. That one looks really juicy. Cincy, 2.5 point underdogs at home. Baltimore, kind of straightforward and obvious. Everything rotates around Lamar. He's playable on his own and lineups with other groups of players. He's playable obviously in stacks. As we've discussed before, I tend to go a little bit a little bit of shorter stack when it comes to Lamar, just because his significant rushing upside does tend to potentially trim the potential for a multiple player stack to fall short. I don't always do it. It's not something I do by rule. But that does tend to be, and I feel like that's how lineups come through with him most of the time anyway, even if you just let fly. So a lot of Lamar plus ones, Lamar on his own type lineups. The Lamar plus twos are a little bit thinner. And then Cincy, significant passing volume on their side. We'll talk about their offense in a minute. But definitely an interesting spot on both sides of that game. Appealing bring back weapons on both sides, up and down the price board. Lot to work with in Cincinnati and Baltimore. Or Baltimore at Cincinnati. Possibly the worst game of the year, Miami at New England. This is going to be a disaster. New England favored by 1 at home. That should tell you everything you need to know about the quality of the Dolphins right now. Obviously, there's still great weapons on that team, and they still do look appealing for fantasy in some light, just given where they're priced and where they're going to be owned. But really low end game, really limited by the quarterback play. Don't like all that much out of that one at all. Miami's really had trouble scoring, and New England hasn't been all that good on their side, and they really are limited for weapons. So I'll be surprised if I get anything other than some odds and ends. I really don't plan on getting to many stacks of that game. We can look at the quarterbacks. We can see if we can find any kind of upside, with the skills on the ground, if there's any appeal there. But the passing in that game is limited. We bounce right back for passing, though, with Buffalo and Houston. 47 point total. Houston favored by 1 in a home game. Definitely going to be really interesting on both sides of this one. Weapons galore. No Khalil Shakir for Buffalo. Yeah, Steven, as Steven points out, the total in the Pats-Miami game is super low. Those teams are averaging... Miami has scored a 32nd ranked 11.3 points a game so far. And, there's obvious reasons for it, but it's still what they're averaging. And on the other side, New England is 31st in the league at 13 points a game. So it's a matchup between the two lowest scoring teams in football, which is not good for DFS, as they say. But, there's always going to be pieces. Tyreek Hill, you're always going to at least discuss. Ramondre Stevenson. Right? We're always going to at least discuss. Raheem Mostert might be back out on the field. If we get full board Devon A-Chain again, I'm going to be interested again. But it's really limited. It's a game and it's a total that basically tells you don't take more than one piece from this game. One piece is almost always going to be okay from any of these games. Because even in a game where a team scores 14 points, that might be a game where one wide receiver hauled in 12 passes, 150 yards, and 2 touchdowns. So the one piece, always fine. The low totals really tell us don't take more than one piece from this game, unless you're doing it for a reason, unless you're taking an angle. But Buffalo and Houston, really, really appealing there. Buffalo, we're going to be more into a bit of a depth game as far as their receivers go. Shouldn't be that much of an obstacle for Josh Allen. He still looks pretty terrific. They are still a very high-end option. I updated the stack rankings and everything to reflect the afternoon news as far as people being out. We have Joe Mixon not going to play on the other side of this one. So limitations in the Houston ground game again, but I think they're just going to take to the air and use those excellent weapons. We're expecting Tank Dell to be back on their side. So deep wide receiver core, good options at a variety of prices in that one too, and what should be a very high-scoring shootout. Indy and Jacksonville, kind of an interesting one at 46 points. Jacksonville favored by 3. They came to life a little bit more last week after the disaster game the week before. Indy, super interesting up and down, assuming Richardson's out there. He was obviously dealing with some injury issues. There you've got massive big playability. It's the small playability. It's the reliability. It's the the pass completion percentage that I worry about there. But there's definite big play upside, which is appealing for DFS. Goes in both directions. If you stack Jacksonville, you can obviously grab some pieces from Indy coming back the other way. Same thing in reverse. Another less than appealing game with Vegas and Denver, just a 36-point total in this one too. At least we know where the stay away spots are, right? And it's like, this one and that one, and everything else is at worst pretty playable. Solid mid-40s totals up into the high 40s and 50s. So it's one of those spots where these guys will be lower on. There are some weapons in those games, but use them sparingly. Get to them for reasons. Get to them to differentiate. Prefer the Vegas side of this one. Denver, not much life on their side. These teams are averaging. Vegas has scored 19.5 points a game. That's 19th. Denver, 15.5 points a game. That's 18th. Pretty limited. There's a good volume-based receiver in Cortland Sutton. I don't like the split backfield between Javonte and Jaleel McLaughlin. It's a really thin receiver group on Denver. More weapons to work with for Gardner Minshew. But it's the limited no Devontae version of this offense again. But still, Jacoby Myers is a very capable receiver who finds his way into the end zone. I mean, just once this year, but over his career, he's decent at it. Brock Bowers, a high-end rookie tight end who had a bad week last week. Limited week 3. 2 good weeks to start the season, but hasn't found his way into the end zone yet. And then we get into the Trey Tuckers of the world and Zamir White, limited running back. Don't love that game for really anything. But if I'm taking pieces, I'm interested at least in Jacoby Myers, Brock Bowers, and maybe some Cortland Sutton. Arizona and San Francisco. Big total in that one, the 50-point total. San Fran favored by 7.5 with a lot of their weapons back out on the field now. Jordan Mason dominating the world at the running back position. Going to be super high owned, but highest projected running back on the board right now. One of the highest projected players, just full stop. We've also got Debo. We've got Brandon Ayuk. We've got Jawan Jennings in that game. We've got George Kittle, questionable, but should be, I think, expected out there. Got him in right now. Just weapons galore on the San Fran side. But Arizona, no slouch in the weapons department either with Marvin. And assuming McBride gets out on the field, he was limited at practice, if memory serves. Got it in the notes. We'll get there. But everything favors the Niners side of this one. It's just a little bit of a game with all those weapons of landing on the right ones. So you need to load up on a decent number of shares of Niners to be sure that you're getting it right in a really appealing spot. The good news is plenty of good weapons to just differentiate those Niners stacks. And there are good bring-back plays on the Arizona side of that one. Green Bay and the Rams, another high-scoring total there, 48.5-point total. I question whether the Rams really hold their own in that game and keep up to really push that total. That's my only real hesitation there. Otherwise, really love Green Bay. A lot of upside in that offense. They're going to be without Christian Watson. They've also got Romeo Doubs is questionable last time I looked. But just that the depth of that wide receiver room kind of takes care of that, and it just makes their other guys look better. So there's still a lot of appealing spots on the Green Bay side. Limited on the Los Angeles side. Kyron Williams, a very short receiver room. DeMarcus Tutu Atwell, Jordan Whittington. It's kind of a limited room. There's a ton of upside in the game if Vegas is right. I just question that Rams offense. I really do. Giants in Seattle. Giants have Seattle looking pretty solid. Geno threw for, nearly 400 yards the other day, but only one touchdown pass. Typical Geno output. highly accurate, moves them up and down the field, and then sometimes they don't get into the end zone, but should be able to take advantage of the Giants' secondary. Giants' pass rush could be a problem, of course, but Seattle's got the ground game. They've got some excellent, excellent weapons in that receiver core for Geno to work with. They're favored by 6 in a home game with a reasonable enough total. Giants going to be without Malik Neighbors, though. I question the Giants' ability to hold up their end of that game. Might just be a game where Seattle coasts out to 24 points and then just takes their foot off the gas and just rushes the ball, kills the clock in the fourth quarter. So potentially limiting factor there as far as the Giants. Don't like anything about the Giants' upside at all. I know Wan'Dale was a very popular pick, and he'll be the lead number 1 receiver if he's on the field. If he's not, the Giants are in a lot of trouble. Singletary is also questionable for the Giants. So really rough spot there. And then the Sunday night game, Dallas and Pittsburgh to round things out. Pittsburgh favored by 2.5. It's going to be an interesting collision. The moderately capable Dallas offense with a pretty good passing game, mixed bag of a running game colliding with a very, very good Pittsburgh defense. But Pittsburgh with a mostly limited offense against at least a high scoring and turnover happy Dallas defense. Could be really interesting going in both directions there. Could result in a significant under in that game, though. I'm not completely sold that both sides of that game connect either. So out of all these good totals, there are 3 games. Dallas, Pittsburgh, Giants, and Seattle. And which was the other one? The Rams. It's those last 3 that I'm really a little bit skeptical about. The Rams, the Giants, and the Steelers holding their end of those games. Or actually, in the last game, it's more, I question the Steelers' offensive upside against Dallas, and I also question Dallas being able to do what they want to do out there on offense against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh might, via their defense, might just hold the scoring down in that game overall. But a really, really interesting slate. A lot of pieces to work with. Yeah, I saw the comments on Ramondre. It just makes it even less appealing. That's why Gibson's got like anything at all on his projection, really. We'll keep an eye on it, obviously. But yeah, it's just a spot. There's really no appeal, especially the way Ramondre has been playing early. There's really no appeal in the New England offense at all. Debo over 26.5 receiving yards. I love that. So let's dive into this bad boy here. All right, so what do I need to remember? When we get there, it's about the midway point, so that'll be a nice little intermission for everybody on DK, so we'll just fire through that game. And then I don't have anything. I don't have the London game in here, so we won't stumble over that again. I don't have the Thursday night game in here, so we won't go back in time and talk about that. What a game last night, by the way. Speaking of going back in time to talk about that for a second. Whew. That was a solid football game. That might be the best game of the year. That was a very, very good game. Didn't win me anything for DFS. Hopefully somebody out there did better than I did. I went, leaned in, as we talked about on the show, I leaned in a little bit into some of the defense, some of the lower owned chunks of that game. And, of course, all the scoring went through Mike Evans. So it's just like, nope, not the right way to do that. Curtis Samuel with Shakir news. Oh, Curtis Samuel. Yeah, that makes sense. I was going to say Debo. That's a really low line, but, loved it. Curtis Samuel, 26.5 with the Shakir news makes a lot of sense, yeah. So, first game up, 50-point total. Pretty beefy. We've got, let's see. Oh, you know what? I knew I was missing columns here. All right, where do we want to go? Can I get the defense in there and still... Is that reasonable? Is that completely illegible? On my end, it looks okay, but I don't know what it looks like actually on YouTube. Let me know. And again, I know you guys aren't necessarily like sitting there squinting and reading all these numbers, but I like to make it at least moderately visible. But it helps if I can have all this on one screen and then scroll over for the stats. Looks good? All right. Andy thinks it looks good anyway. Cut Andy with like one of those just big magnifying glass things that swings down on the arm just in front of the computer screen. So again, a lot of pieces on the San Francisco side. We've obviously got very high-end weapons. Jordan Mason, you can see projected out higher than the quarterback, by far the highest player projection in this game. One of the overall highest on the entire slate at any position. Projects like a quarterback this week. Going up against an Arizona defense that's allowed 4.4 yards per rush attempt, ranking 17th. They've also allowed 8.1 yards per pass attempt. That ranks 31st in the league. Generated just a 15.4% pressure rate. They've come away with just 9 sacks and two interceptions so far in 4 games. This is a gettable Arizona defense. I'm typically of the mind that Brock Purdy is carried a little bit more by the skills of his weapons than he is by his own skills, but he rates out great, and so be it. I mean, for our purposes, that doesn't really matter. It's more about the stats than whether or not he's actually a good quarterback if you dropped him onto, say, this version of the New York Giants. So for DFS at 19 and change, for those prices, rates out pretty strongly. If this is your first time here, player rankings, DK points, DK points per dollar. So Jordan Mason, 1-1 across the board. DK points per dollar. FanDuel, same thing. But Purdy, QB 7 by points, but 3 by points per dollar on DK, 6 and 2 on the FanDuel slate. Kind of interesting. And then we get over here. These are your stack rankings. Same thing. Points then value for both sites. San Fran ranks as stack 1 by points, stack 2 by points per dollar on both sites. So pretty appealing in the highest total of the week against a pushover defense. The real question in this game is, are Kyler and his buddies going to be able to hang with San Fran? One thing that I think can support some of that is the 7 yards per pass attempt they've been coughing up so far, 23rd in the league. James Conner will be James Conner doing James Conner things out there against their 4.1 yards per rush attempt, 10th overall. I think that'll create your average James Conner opportunity. I don't think it's all that intimidating of a defense in terms of suppressing the run, at least for a player like that. But I don't think it's something that really leads us to say, oh wow, we have to have a big piece of James Conner this week because of that run total, that game total, and who he's going up against. He lands 15-17 on DK, 15-22 on the FanDuel slate. But I think we're more inclined to go toward the passing game. If McBride is out there, he's tight end 1-4 by points on both sides. A little bit worse ranked by points per dollar because he's expensive, but well worth getting to. Marvin doesn't rate too poorly by points. He slips a little bit in the points per dollar department, but you're just buying upside scoring there, so it doesn't really matter that he's ranked down 10, 15 points by points per dollar. It's a little bit more limited as far as depth in this offense, but there are semi-capable pieces like Mike Wilson, Greg Dortch at the wide receiver position. You've got limited involvement from the Amari DeMercado, Trey Benson contingent that kind of splits carries. Elijah Higgins finally correctly assigned as a tight end on FanDuel as the backup there. Could get interesting again if McBride sits. Latest on McBride. Didn't play last week. Did I not grab it? Thought I had it. Try to grab all the injury updates as I go through and put these notes together, but I guess I missed him somehow. Gannon said today that he's expected to play. So just watch the status, obviously, coming back from the concussion, but sounds like he's gonna go. Mama's here. What's up, Mamba? Mama says, happy Big Money Bag Roto Scouts fam. Congrats to everyone that listened yesterday because you probably won. Didn't get first, but a big chop in the top 4 ain't bad. Thanks for the show. That's awesome, dude. Good to hear, Mamba. I myself did not take down anything last night. Did not land in a big chop in the top 4, but that's okay. I actually only played a handful of lineups in it. Ran a little bit later than I wanted to, so I just cut down a little and just said, all right, let's be smart. All right, let's see. So getting into some of the game notes. So again, to put more numbers on Arizona's defense, it's an 8.04% sack rate that ranks in the middle of the league 16th. Same with their interception rate at 1.94. They've been allowing 26.5 points per game. That's 29th out of 32 teams in the league. So just tons and tons of support for the upside for San Francisco. On the other side of that one, San Francisco is giving up 20.5 points. That ranks 10th, but that's gettable enough to support the idea of upside for scoring, 3 touchdown level scoring out of Arizona, which is enough on their side of this game. San Fran's 11.02% sack rate ranks 4th. Their 2.65% interception rate lands 10th in football. So Murray's definitely going to have his work cut out for him, avoiding the pass rush, but he's got all the skills to do that. Speedy guy back there. He's got escapability. He can definitely run with the football. So no real concerns about that. As far as Murray goes on the season, he's throwing the ball 27 times a game, probably increase of pass volume here. Completing 69% of his passes, but under 200 yards a game so far. Last time out, he threw just 142 on 16 of 22 passing, completed just 1 touchdown pass. Week before, 207 with 1-1, 21 of 34 passing. Best game was week 2, 266 yards and 3 TDs. If we get anywhere near that level, we're obviously in business. But overall, the numbers are okay. Outside of the limited yardage, it is 7.2 yards per pass attempt, which is perfectly fine. Just not totaling up a massive total. Again, they're not throwing the ball even 30 times a game. We're always going to be looking for, as I've said before, but maybe some people haven't heard, I'm looking for 33 to 35 pass attempts per game. Typically is where I want to be. If I can get to 70% completion, great. But I want, 65. I want to be dealing with a good passer. So neither of these guys on volume necessarily get immediately there. They both do have capable rush games. Arizona's run basically a 50-50 split, 49.3% running, 50.6% passing. On the San Fran side, it's basically the same thing, 49-50 and change. So not the biggest volume passers, but Purdy, as I mentioned before, real benefits from who he throws the ball to in a lot of scenarios. A lot of yards after the catch in that offense. And he's been good. I don't want to take anything away from him either. 21 of 30 on average, 69% of his passes, 282.5 yards per game, 5 touchdowns on the season, putting up a monster 9.3 yards per pass attempt and a very solid 10.4 intended air yards per attempt with 6.8 air yards per attempt. So, again, Purdy has been good, and with some of his weapons back in action, should have plenty of opportunity to succeed against this defense. A high-end quarterback for this week. He only runs the ball a little bit. Kyler runs the ball significantly more. He's gaining 10.3 yards per rush attempt, 40 yards a game on 4 attempts per game. Actually, Purdy's running 4.5 attempts per game, but just 4.2 yards per attempt, 18 yards on the ground overall. Debo's taking a few carries. It's amounted to 1 touchdown, gaining 2.3 yards per attempt so far. Mason's obviously the featured running back on that side. 22 attempts a game, gaining more than 100 yards a game. 3 yards before contact with 1.9 yards after contact per attempt, 4.9 yards per rush attempt overall. Just a dominant rusher. We talked about him before that first game when he slipped into the lineup, and we just, wow, grab this guy because the per carry numbers over the beginning of his career were phenomenal. And now that he's gotten a full chance, he's delivered on every single aspect of that. So absolutely an appealing rusher. Connor on the Arizona side, for what it's worth, 4.6 yards per rush attempt is not nothing. That is a significant amount of yardage per attempt. 16 carries a game, 73.3 yards. He scored 3 times on the ground. 2.4 yards before contact, 2.2 yards after contact per attempt is pretty good. He's only a limited participant so far this year in the passing game, 1.8 targets per game, putting up just limited volume, limited output, no TDs so far. If we want to talk about the passing game on the Arizona side, it's significantly about Marvin Harrison. 7 targets a game, catching just under 4 of them, 8.7 yards per target on a 14.5 yard ADOT, which is a significant downfield ADOT. 42.36% of the air yards and 4 touchdowns so far for Harrison. Last time out, a little bit quieter, 5 catches, 45 yards and a touchdown. 5 for 64 and a touchdown the week before that. And then the big breakout game was also the good game that Kyler had in week 2. Marvin had 4 catches, 130 yards, and 2 TDs. So he has scored in 3 straight, 4 touchdowns over the last 3 games. Major target action. Was targeted 11 times in week 3 in that Detroit game. That was his target high of the season. In week 2, it was 8. He caught 4 of them. In week 4, it was actually his best efficiency. He caught 5 of 6, but only 45 yards and a touchdown against Washington. You would expect more against Washington. Connor in that game had 104 yards on the ground and a touchdown. His second 100-yard rushing game of the season. He carried the ball 18 times on 33 snaps in that one. Took 1 target. If McBride's out there, again, that's a significant piece, and it sounds like he's going to go. 5 catches, 30 yards in week 1. 6 for 67 was his best game so far this season. And then just 3 catches, played 45 snaps in week 3. But a significant route runner, very much a high-end target, and probably the second option in this offense. Michael Wilson, 3 catches for 38 yards on 7 targets last week. Caught 8 of 9 for 64 yards in week 3. Is their most significant receiver in week 3, but pretty limited overall. Has a touchdown on the season over 4 weeks that came on a 5-yard catch on his 1 catch in week 1. Overall, he is out there running routes, though. 24 last week on 50 snaps, 34 the week before on 47 snaps. Greg Dortch, a little bit more limited for volume, but definitely out there as well. 42 snaps last week, 35 the week before. 26 and 29 routes, drawing more limited targets, but some. 6 targets in week 3, 4 targets in week 4. Overall for Dortch, it amounts to 5 targets a week, the same as Wilson's getting on the average, but it's favored Wilson over the last 2. They're both catching basically 3.5 a game, putting up mid-30s yardage, basically 6 and change yards per target. A little bit deeper targeting for Michael Wilson, 10.4 yard ADOT. He's garnering 21.29% of the air yards, but they're very similar in those respects. 1 touchdown on the board for Wilson between the 2 receivers. Marty Mercado's gotten his hands on the ball basically in every game so far this season. Trey Benson has as well. They're splitting time in that second running back spot. Last week, Benson carried the ball 9 times, gained 50 yards. That was his biggest game. His second most touches. He carried the ball 11 times, but just gained 10 yards in week 2. No targets, not involved. He ran 2 routes, but not involved in the passing game. DeMarcado, more of a receiving back. He caught 1 pass for 0 yards in week 4, was targeted just once, but he ran 9 routes out of his 14 snaps. He carried the ball 4 times. The week before, he played 11 snaps, carried the ball twice, ran 5 routes, went untargeted. 8 routes, 2 targets, 2 catches in week 1, but didn't carry the ball. So really, really thin as far as opportunities. Those are players that you really would need to break one, or if you've got them in your lineup, you would unfortunately need something bad to happen to James Conner. So it's really not a strong play down board. Higgins only gets interesting if McBride doesn't play or if he takes another ouchie to the head. Then you're going to want to have him maybe, but going in on this side doesn't look like we're going to have that scenario, and really hasn't been all that involved anyway. With McBride out last week, targeted 3 times on 23 routes, caught 2 of them for 12 yards. Had a touchdown in week 2, 1 catch for 18 yards. So it's a very thin option anyway. And nothing else down the board is really all that appealing. As far as the depth where the air yards are going, it's all up through those guys. There's no like, hey, you're a downfield target that we throw to once every now and again. That's down the depth chart on this team. On the San Fran side, we talked about Mason, we talked about Purdy, talked about Debo's ability to run with the football, but he's also targeted 8 times a game, which is a significant portion of the offense. He's caught 5 balls a game, 74 yards, 9.3 yards per target is pretty significant. A 9.8 yard ADOT. He's getting up and out on his routes and then makes a lot of things happen after he's got the ball in his hands. Forgot to change him on the air yards tab over here. What is he? Debo what? Debo Senior? Senior. I started to build that name table. It was like 4:30 in the morning, and I just thought better of it and had better things to do. I wasted so much time this week building something into the projections table that basically saves me 5 minutes every time I do the stack rankings. But it took me, I'm going to say 2.5 hours to figure out how to do the formula that I wanted correctly. But now that I've got it, what I needed to do was have it like offset when I filter and choose the correct players in the stack so that I just have the total rather than having to click. Like the way I was doing it, I was going like, all right, these 4 guys are like, this guy, that guy, that guy. Now I can just filter and it'll give me the total in the other file, which is super handy going forward, but it took a lot of time in the middle of the night the other night. Anyway, nobody cares about that. 20.56% of the air yards going in Samuel's direction. Another 23.7% going toward Brandon Ayuk on an 11.6 yard ADOT. Ayuk yet to get into the end zone this season, but I mean, it is coming. This is a very, very good receiver who has just been strangely a little bit limited. We haven't been over 50 yards yet this season. Targeted 5 times in 3 out of 4 games. Targeted 10 times in week 3. He caught 5 of those for 48. Last week he caught 2 balls for 48. The big game is coming. The 2-touchdown, 100-yard game is coming, though. I mean, we've seen that too many times from Brandon Ayuk in this offense to doubt that it's there. Debo, we're worried about being a little bit of a decoy scenario in his return last week. Ended up playing 47 snaps, caught the ball 3 times on 5 targets, ran 26 routes, carried the ball twice for 14 yards. Safe to say he wasn't fully a decoy, but maybe a little bit more limited involvement than otherwise. The week before his injury, he was targeted 10 times on 39 routes, played 57 snaps, caught 8 for 110, carried the ball twice for negative 10 yards. Week 1, he carried the ball 8 times for 23 yards and a touchdown, was targeted 9 times in the offense. So again, not full-on decoy last time out, but probably a little bit more limited than full-bore Deebo Samuel. But another week back, now we're probably getting back to full-on Deebo. He is always playable. One of the top skill sets in the league. Just love what he does when he's got the ball in his hands. Love the way he runs routes. Love that he can take carries out of the backfield with explosive ability, similar to most starting running backs and most high-end starting running backs in the league. George Kittle's dealing with some ribs. He didn't practice on Thursday. Not sure if he practiced today, but it's one to watch at the tight end position. The depth kind of goes away at tight end. Eric Salbert, Jake Tongs down the depth chart. It just becomes a situation where, maybe they don't want a couple passes off to those guys, but we get more involvement from the wide receiver group, more involvement from the running backs. You might see a couple of the passes that would have otherwise gone to a tight end go in the direction of a Kyle Juszczyk. So just wanted to watch. If Kittle's out there, though, he's definitely still a significant target for this offense. He's been in the end zone twice on 10% of the air yards, 7.2 yard ADOT. A short field operator, but very, very high-end tight end. 5.7 targets a game, hauling in 5 catches a game. 53.7 yards and 9.5 yards per target on the season. And then Jauan Jennings, a good depth receiver at worst, and targeted more frequently than that, I would say. 5 targets week 1, 4 targets in week 2. The monster 12 target, 11 catch, 175 yard and 3 touchdown game in week 3. And then last week with Debo coming back to action, he caught 3 of 6 targets for 88 yards. That's a significant receiver. So not somebody to really write off. He's down a little bit in his projection with just everybody involved. But that is a significant weapon for 56-59. Jauan Jennings lands 37-51, 38-37 at the wide receiver position by points and points per dollar. That's easily playable. You can play Jauan Jennings outside of Niner stacks. He's got that much upside, especially, again, against this defense. So he's super interesting in stacks and definitely interesting as a value receiver out of them. Kittle plays at the tight end position on his own, 3.5, 3.7 across sites, third ranked overall by points, is assuming he's out there. Ayuk, 15 and 19 by points. Slips a little bit by points per dollar, but negligible amount. All these numbers are very, very playable at the wide receiver spot. Debo, obviously, top 10 wide receiver by points, in the teens by points per dollar. So San Fran stack again ranks top of the board, second when it comes to points per dollar. On the other side, 10th and 12th ranked by points, but 18th, 19th ranked by points per dollar for Arizona. Obviously, they're the lower end side of this game, but plenty of reason to consider them. Best shot, 100 yards or a just general bonus best shot. I'm going to give it to Marvin. Just so many mouths to feed here. A lot of concentration is going to go target-wise to Marvin. The second guy that qualifies for that is easily Jordan Mason. It would just be so easy to say that he's the best guy to qualify for that because he's the top overall ranked running back and he's almost certainly going to rush for 100 yards. So that's a cheat answer in my mind. Mason been over 100 yards 3 times out of 4 games. The week 3 game he ran 19 times for 77 yards. That was his fewest carries. He's been in the end zone 3 times. He's a terrific running back. Nothing else to say. Defenses from this game? Probably not. I mean, it's a main slate, so just whatever you mix in is fine. But it's lower end defenses. If you're taking one, the San Francisco defense is the defense to take. Another high-end game off the top here. 48.5 point total. Cincy 2.5 point dogs at home. Baltimore is putting up 26.5 points a game so far this season. That ranks 5th against Cincinnati's defense that's given up 26 points a game to rank 27th. So that's a pretty good collision of numbers. And Cincinnati's offense scoring 25.5 points a game on their side with significant volume in the pass game. They're going up against a Baltimore defense that's just kind of mid. 22 points a game, ranks 19th. They've been very, very good against the run. 3 yards per rush attempt ranks 1st, but they've given up 7.6 yards per pass attempt this season. Why is that not correctly reflected? Oh, that's, no. Wait. 7. Why is that different? That's weird. These come from the same source. That shouldn't be different. Bear with me. I just want to see why that number's not jiving. Pass yards per attempt, 7.0. I know I updated this, but let me do it again. Yeah, 7.0. Huh. Weird. All right, so the discrepancy is on their end, not on my end. Either way, and I will get the correct number when I write the article later on. Either way, Baltimore's giving up yardage to the pass game, right? So that feeds our upside for Cincinnati. I'm really unsure about why those numbers would be different, though. That's going to bug me now because now I'm not going to have confidence in which one of these is the correct number. All right. Yards per attempt. 3 against the run. Just hang out for a sec, guys. I just want to get this right. The rush one is correct and consistent across multiple sources, including the one that's coming from the same site that's creating this discrepancy. It's just this number that's different. It's bothering me. Oops. Oh, this is the same site. Does anybody have eyes on that number out there? I don't know why it's not on that another board. Here we go. This should have it. $7.6 is correct. So why the hell is that one coming up with 7.0? Weird. All right. Just to keep this thing moving, too late. I'm going to hide these, and I'll read these off of the notes file, the yards per attempt, because now I don't trust that download that comes from the same site, but it seems like the ones that I have in the notes are the correct ones. I don't know, and that's the only correct one we stumbled across. It might just be an error in the download there, the 7 instead of the 7.6 yards per pass attempt. But the good news is Baltimore's more vulnerable to the pass than otherwise would have said here. So 7.6 yards per attempt appears to be correct. They've been passed on with significant volume, 37 pass attempts against them per game, and Cincinnati's probably going to throw even more than that against them this week. So definitely some upside for the Cincy offense around Joe Burrow. He comes in at a reasonable price. He's QB 8-9 on DraftKings, QB 8-7 on FanDuel. Lamar, QB 1 by fantasy points, but QB 11 by points per dollar on DraftKings. A lot more highly ranked by points per dollar on FanDuel at 4. He's 8,800 on the FanDuel slate. Derrick Henry is priced more than Lamar at 9,200 on the FanDuel slate. That is a significant chunk of salary to drop into the running back position, but he's obviously tremendous with monster upside, as we saw just recently. 7,800, more reasonable on DraftKings. He's 3.7 by running back ranking points and points per dollar, 3.10 on FanDuel. So even with the high salary on FanDuel, still highly playable. Good options to pair with Lamar, but not great options. Zay Flowers, 17-21 by points, 29-30 by value. Rashad Bateman, inconsistent. Home run threat, sure, but inconsistent player. 43-48 by points. Mark Andrews has been a mixed results tight end so far this season. A little bit of a push from Isaiah Likely early. Justice Hill is a receiving weapon from out of the backfield, just ranks in the 30s. So this is part of what I get at when I hit the point about Lamar probably best in Lamar on his own out there helming a non-stacked kind of a lineup, or Lamar +1. Lamar Zay, Lamar Andrews. You can absolutely play two of these guys. And to me, it tends to go one of these two wideouts and then the tight end. Or if you get into depth, obviously, you could throw darts around the Nelson Aguilars of the world. And in that case, it would be like one of these two wide receivers and Aguilar. But a lot of the time, we're a little bit more concentrated as far as where the offense goes, what the opportunity for correlated scoring is, just because of what Lamar can do on his own. He's run in 2 so far this season, but he runs the ball 10 times per game. So the opportunity to score rushing touchdowns is very significant. And him running the ball and just taking play opportunities away from others. Not that it's a bad thing. It's a good thing for their offense. But that is a focus of their offense with him running 10 times a game. 7.5 yards per rush attempt. It's worth doing. You've got Henry putting up 120 yards a game, gaining 6 yards per rush attempt on his 20 carries. Still a volume absolute beast. Still can't stop him, can't bring him down. Gaining 6 yards per attempt is ridiculous at this stage of his career on that much volume. 3.4 yards before contact, 2.6 yards after contact. He's got 5 rushing touchdowns on the season. He is an absolute wrecking ball of a running back. No real involvement in the passing game. I don't mind putting Henry into stacks with Lamar just because of the idea of the offense. Those two guys are significant weapons in that offense for how they move the ball down the field and for how they get it into the end zone. So even though they don't necessarily correlate on too many passing touchdowns, those two players in a stack still make a lot of sense as far as the two high scoring pieces of that offense that would force one another to score, if you get me. So it's not like a direct I threw you the ball correlation, but it's a direct we're both good and carrying our offense to success correlation. Flowers is the key receiver on that team right now, 6.8 targets a game, hauling in 4 of them, just putting up 39, nearly 40 yards a game, 5.9 yards per target is not all that significant. A 6.1 yard A-dot, lot of underneath work, 24.72% of the air yards, and 1 touchdown so far. Again, this is, across 4 games, that's their best receiver. Bateman's operating more as a downfield, field stretching home run threat. 3.5 targets a game, catching 2 of them, 36 yards a game, but 10.3 yards per target. So even on limited volume, we're equaling basically the output that Flowers is providing. He's also got a touchdown on the board, 29% of the air yards, but nearly a 15-yard A-dot. Makes him at least interesting for that action, given where he's priced. 4,000, 5,600 on the weeks that they actually connect on those deep touchdown passes. That is a monster play at those prices. It's just you get a whole bunch of zeros along the way, or a whole bunch of limited scoring along the way out of Rashad Bateman. Last time out, Bateman caught 1 ball, 23 yards. Ran 14 routes on 34 snaps. Week 3, he ran 14 routes on 36 snaps, was targeted 4 times, caught 3 of them for 28 yards, and has 1 touchdown on the season. So it's not significant opportunity. He does get out there and run fast down the field a lot, but they only really get the ball up and out to him a few times a game. So just know what you're buying. Mark Andrews, really limited so far this season. 53 snaps with the offense in week 1 and decline from there. Targeted twice in that game, caught both of them for 14 yards, caught 4 of 5 for 51 yards on 41 snaps in week 2. Then just played 20 and 25 snaps the last 2 weeks. Was targeted once each week. Did not catch either ball. Not that Isaiah Likely's out there like stealing his job, though. Likely in those 2 weeks, 39 snaps and 29 snaps. So he played more snaps. He ran 5 routes and 11 routes to the 5 routes and 8 routes that Mark Andrews ran. But he was targeted once in week 3 and twice in week 4. Caught 1 pass for 4 yards and 1 pass for 26 yards, respectively. It's been really limited at the tight end spot outside of Isaiah Likely's 1 big game in week 1. And then, the 4-catch game by Andrews is the next best game at the tight end position for this team. So for a team that is kind of regarded as a team that uses their tight end fairly significantly, this has not been a lot of output for these guys. They rank 9 and 8 by points per dollar for Andrews, 11 and 14. Loosely playable. Likely looks a little less playable, but if he steps into more targets, obviously he's going to be the guy that you want. So it's just kind of a split baby right now. I really don't like that decision point. And I don't like that decision point because even if you get it correct, right now it's resulting in 2 to 3 targets, which isn't enough. So it's one I don't like wrestling with within this stack. It's one we're going to have to, though, because this is an appealing stack and a very appealing game. Aguilar, low ranked, 58, 60, 59, 62. He plays about half the snaps on average. He's drawing 2 targets a game, but he's a decent downfield option, 11.8 yard A-dot, 13.06% of the air yards so far. He hasn't caught any touchdown passes, doesn't have the best hands in the world, but he caught 2 balls last week, only gained 10 yards on 3 targets. In week 3, he caught 1 big pass, though, 56 yards. It's fairly significant. He ran 9 routes, played 35 snaps. It's a very limited receiver. That's why he's so cheap down the board. Nobody down here is worth talking about. Tylan Wallace has not been targeted all season. He's run 12 routes over 4 games. On the Cincy side, Joe Burrow completed 21 of 31 for 232 and 2 touchdowns in week 4. That was coming off of a nice game in week 3 against Washington. Washington, again, highly targetable. 29 of 38 against DC, 324 yards and 3 TDs in that one. That was a biggie. They're basically back at full strength with T. Higgins back out there now. T was targeted 10 times last week, caught 6 balls for 60 yards. Jamar Chase targeted 6 times, caught 3 for 85 and a touchdown. He also had 6 for 118 and 2 touchdowns the week before. That was the game T. Higgins returned in, and Joe Burrow exploded, and Jamar Chase finally came to life for the season. So hopefully that continues. That's the idea here. What I love about the matchup, though, is the weakness for Baltimore so far this season has been against the pass. Been allowing significant yardage through the passing game. They do have a moderate sack rate, 8.07% sack rate, ranks 15. Just a 1.35 interception rate, ranks 23rd. So it's a non-threatening Baltimore defense this year. And Cincy, just by virtue of what they do, in addition to a ninth-ranked 25.5 points per game, they're throwing the ball 61.47% of the time. That ranks 7th. 38.53% rushing rate. They're gaining 7.3 yards per pass attempt versus 4.6 yards per rush attempt. It is a capable rushing game. Zach Moss, Chase Brown is an interesting tandem. Moss, as the lead back, ran 15 times last week for 51 yards, but he was equaled in carries by Brown for the first time. 15 carries for Brown. He put up 80 yards and scored twice. He was also targeted 3 times, caught 2 of them for 12 yards. Moss was targeted 4 times, caught all of them for 27 yards, and he got in the end zone through the air. So significant action goes through the running back position, or at least did in that game. And they were splitting about 19 carries and about 7-8 targets over the last couple of weeks. If this was one guy, it would be a significant running back. If it was still Joe Mixon, it would be a significant spot. I definitely favor Moss between the two, but he hasn't exactly had a monster game where Brown's actually putting up better numbers on a per-touch basis. With it kind of split still, it's a little bit challenging. You can see it in the yardage. 46 yards apiece per game. Each guy's got 2 touchdowns on the ground. Moss has the 1 through the air. Each guy's targeted a little bit. 3.8 targets a game, 2.3 targets a game. 12 carries a game going to Moss, 7.3 carries a game going in Brown's direction, but increasing. 6.3 yards per attempt versus 3.9 yards per attempt. Brown, obviously, right now on the per-touch basis, has been better. So it's getting really interesting. They're getting closer in price. Wouldn't want to have them both. I don't think it's that kind of scenario. So a little bit challenging. But again, Baltimore so good at stuffing the run anyway that I kind of just can skip over the decision. They rank 18, 19, 19, 20. Don't really show anything as far as points per dollar go. I'm entirely happy to skip the Cincy running game in this one. If it burns me, it burns me. But I don't think this is the spot for them. And especially with a split volume situation. Just doesn't feel right. Overall, the Cincy stack does rank 6 by points on DraftKings, 7 by points on FanDuel, 15th and 17th by points per dollar. On the Baltimore side, they're 7th and 6th by fantasy points, 11th and 13th by points per dollar. So expensive pieces on both sides, but capable weapons for sure. Jamar lands 3-4 by points, 23-31 by points per dollar. T. Higgins not far behind. The target volume was great last week with the 10 targets, and he's a very, very capable wide receiver 2 on this team. A lot of teams, he'd probably be a wide receiver 1. In his 2 games, he's drawn 8 targets a game. 9.9 yard ADOT. Eclipsing Jamar Chase's ADOT a little bit so far, operating a little bit further down the field. They've also still got Andre Iosivas. Still can't say his name correctly. Going into last week, I was talking about how he was potentially still interesting despite T coming back, because in T's first game back, Iosivas still drew 7 targets, caught 5 of them for 52 yards and a touchdown. That dipped significantly last week, with T spiking up to 10, and the way the passing game went against Carolina. Iosivas was out there for 46 snaps. He ran 27 routes. He drew 1 target. He did catch it for 29 yards. It was a nice gain, but that was it. That was all the volume. So with expectation of more passing in his direction this week, maybe you get there a little bit, but he's a little bit more limited than he was over the first few weeks. 3 touchdowns on the season, though. Not nothing. 9.2 yard ADOT, still drawing 4.5 targets a game overall. Mike Gesicki and Eric All Jr., also a little bit of a split right now. Eric All's been targeted 4 times in each of the last 3 games. He's caught all 4 passes in each of the last 3 games. He's played 33, 21, and 38 snaps, while Gesicki has played 29, 30, and 20 snaps. Gesicki was targeted 9 times in week 2, 5 times in week 3, and just once in week 4 against Carolina. He caught that, but for -9 yards. So All has been technically the more productive of these receivers at the tight end position. Gesicki is the guy out there still running more routes. All drew those 4 targets on 14 routes in week 2, 9 routes in each of the last 2 weeks, while Gesicki has run 21, 21, and 17 routes over those 3 weeks. But it is kind of a rapidly colliding job share. All at just 2,700, kind of interesting on DraftKings for a few targets. You need him to fall into the end zone, but there's not a lot of separation between these tight ends. They're both just moderately playable mixers. In stacks, they definitely play better than as standalones. I don't think I would go to either one of these guys just because I don't really trust Gesicki on the volume now. And I don't necessarily know that All is the right guy. Like I said, he probably needs to fall into the end zone with it. Gesicki operates a little bit further down the field, 7.3 yard ADOT versus the 2.3 that Eric All has been drawing so far. But All, again, has been efficient with those limited targets. And then Jermaine Burton just kind of hanging out down here at a half a projection, 3,000, 4,500 across sites. Very limited volume. Wasn't targeted either of the last 2 weeks. Was out there for 3 snaps in week 3, 4 snaps in week 4. Ran 3 routes and 2 routes. In week 2, he caught 1 ball for 47 yards. He ran 8 routes that week. He was targeted twice. He is a downfield target in the few times that they've thrown them the ball this season. That's a monster ADOT at 33.5 yards. Obviously, that's impacted by the ridiculously small sample. But as a dart throw, if you're stacking this team, as a 4th wide receiver, that's what he is. He's a dart throw at best. We're not talking about somebody who ranks out well. We're not talking about somebody who projects well. He's just going to be out there for a few targets, maybe. Outside of that, nobody all that worth talking about. Charlie Jones, similar volume, ran 2 routes on 3 snaps last week. Top bonus guy, Jamar Chase. Easy one. I wouldn't scratch Higgins off that list of possibilities. Henry, another very easy candidate for that, just on volume and just the destructive nature with which he plays the running back position. Against, again, since he's rush D, 4.4 yards per attempt is 18th. So no real ability to stop the run. Could be another big day for Henry. Again, 24 carries for 199 and a touchdown last week. 25 carries for 151 and 2 touchdowns in week 3. I think they finally figured out that the secret to unlocking Derrick Henry is just give him the ball 25 times. By the way, with Henry, once they get into the red zone, forget about it. The last 2 weeks, 2 carries in the red zone in week 3, 4 carries in the red zone in week 4, and then 3 carries in the red zone in week 2 also. Significant scoring opportunity. Man, the deck is stacked at the top of the slate. This is going to get boring down in the end of the show. 47-point total, Buffalo, Houston. Houston favored by 1 at home. That swung, I believe it was the other way around when Khalil Shakir was questionable and went to out. And I think it swung the other way. I'm pretty sure that that changed when I did the update. Either way, very, very close game even with no Shakir. High-end Buffalo offense. It could be Dalton Kincaid week, finally. Keon Coleman should be highly, highly involved. Their rookie receiver. He looks pretty decent from a points per dollar perspective at worst. Curtis Samuel definitely going to be targeted and involved for some yardage up and down the field. Not a big touchdown target necessarily, but a guy who could be an easy, 7-8 catches and, chunk of yardage kind of a target. Mac Hollins drawing a little bit of a projection as a depth option at just 3,100. Rates out just 54.42 though on DraftKings, 51.53 on FanDuel. They've got the two-headed tight end position. The volume and the opportunity tends to favor Kincaid, but Knox could get involved in this scenario. He's never going to project great, but there is a little bit of touchdown dependent upside for him. James Cook, a capable running back, and Josh Allen, even with no Shakir to throw to, QB2 by raw points on both sides, QB 12-10 by points per dollar across sites. Still significant upside for the Buffalo passing game, significant upside for Josh Allen as an individual. On the other side, CJ Stroud has been good, not great so far this year. Hasn't had a big game, but hasn't really needed to. 345 yards on 2 TDs. I guess on the yardage, you could call that a big game. 27 of 40 against Jacksonville last week. I want that third touchdown to really spike the scoring, though. But the 300 yards, obviously. The week before that, just 215 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks on 20 of 31. 23 of 36 in week 2. Completed 1 touchdown pass, 260 yards, 234 and 2 touchdowns. But significant volume in the passing game there. Fantastic weapons. Even if Tank Dell doesn't go, he's still got 2 of the best receivers in the game to work with. And if Tank Dell goes, he's got a third one. Like I said, I'm always looking for around 35 attempts. Right on the nose here with CJ Stroud. He's completed nearly 70% of them, throwing for 260 yards a game. He's thrown 6 touchdown passes so far this season against just 2 interceptions. 7.6 yards per pass attempt. There's nothing to dislike here. On Josh Allen's side, he's thrown 7 touchdown passes so far against 0 interceptions and 8.1 yards per pass attempt. 4 touchdowns in week 3 was his season high, 263 yards on 23 of 30 that week. He throws the ball fewer times, but they're big throws. So that's where Allen gains a little bit of ground on the aggressiveness. He also carries the ball 5.5 times per game versus just the 2.8 times per game that CJ's carried the ball. He's run the ball in twice. CJ, not really much of a running quarterback. On the ground, as mentioned before, you're going to get presumably the Cam Akers, Dare Ogunbowale show again. Joe Mixon out. Dealing with an ankle, wasn't practicing all through the week, would have been limited anyway. I continue to not like Cam Akers, and I'm going to continue to leave him at these low projections. I talked about it last week, where I went back, and specifically when Mixon scratched, I went back for the first time to the above-below article and put him into the below section because he was coming up 2-3 points lower in my projections than where I saw the rest of the industry getting him. And because he's just not a productive running back. He's not good. It's been a while. He was okay previously. Carried the ball 9 times for 21 yards in week 3 in the same opportunity. And then last week when everybody got excited that he was going to step into that opportunity again at the last minute, carried the ball 13 times for 53 yards. Congratulations on your play. I don't think I had a single share of him last week. I was very comfortable with that. Ogunbowale, not that much better, but at least he was targeted 4 times, caught all 4 of them for 47 yards and got in the end zone through the air. Between the two, honestly, I'm kind of more interested in Dare Ogunbowale. For one thing, he's cheaper, 55 versus 48, 62 versus 5,000. He only carried the ball twice for 7 yards. He's not really involved on the ground. That is Akers' department. But if I'm going to this team, it's probably for the passing game anyway. So why not get the guy that's more involved in the passing game? And probably the more talented of the two very limited running backs. Buffalo so far this season giving up 5.7 yards per rush attempt. That's definitely an encouraging reason to go toward the ground game, of course. Just 5.5 yards per pass attempt, which is very limiting to the passing game. So you've got to have a little bit of faith in the talent of Houston eclipsing the talent of the Buffalo defense, because it is a collision of, what they do very well goes directly against what they do very well. They're coming away with an 8.16% sack rate, 14th ranked, 2.96% interception rate, ranks 9. But, again, I have more faith than that in the Houston offense, and it seems like Vegas does too. It's a pretty solid total, and they're favored by just a point. So, reasonable expectation of scoring on both sides of this one. The Houston stack ranks 3-10 across both sites. Buffalo ranks 4 but 5 by points per dollar on DraftKings, 5 and 7 by points per dollar on FanDuel, and those were re-ranked after Shakir came out. As far as the weapons that both guys have to work with, so I mentioned Cook in the Buffalo rushing game. 12.5 carries a game, 56 and change yards, putting up a solid 4.5 yards per attempt, 2 before, 2.6 after contact per attempt, 3 touchdowns on the season on the ground. He's targeted a little bit in the passing game, 2.5 targets a game so far. His big target high was 5 in week 3. He caught 4 of them for 48 yards to pad his stats. Carried the ball 11 times for 39 yards and a TD that game. In week 1, he carried the ball 19 times for 71 yards. Hasn't carried the ball more than the 11 times he carried it in weeks 2 and 3. Dipped to 9 carries last week. Played 33 snaps. Runs a bunch of routes, though. On the 33 snaps, carried the ball 9 times for 39. Ran 21 routes, but only drew 1 target. 17 routes in the 5-target week in week 3. A significant enough part of the offense, and again, with Shakir dipping off, there are a few additional targets to go around. Shakir drew 5 targets last week, 6 the week before. He's a significant portion of the offense. Ty Johnson at the backup running back and Ray Davis at the backup running back. Davis seems to be taking over a little bit. Last time out, he carried the ball 7 times, gained 11 yards. Week before, 7 times, gained 22 yards, put the ball in the end zone on the ground. Johnson frustratingly got the rushing touchdown on his 1 carry, his 3-yard gain last week. He was out there, he ran 7 routes to the 3 that Ray Davis ran. Neither guy got targeted last week. Johnson was targeted 3 times in the passing game, caught 3 of them for 28 yards and a touchdown the week before. So on touchdowns, he's got 2 over the last 2 games, but it's on extreme limited volume. Davis gets a little bit more via the rushing game, but is barely involved at all in the passing game. He scored a touchdown in week 3, but that's the only one on the season. 9 carries is a season high. That came in week 2, but again, 9 carries, 7 carries, 7 carries. If you're looking for just limited running, it's probably Davis. If you're looking for limited opportunity in the passing game as a sneaky option, as a last man into a stack with Josh Allen, then it's probably Ty Johnson, but really it's neither guy. They're both very, very limited dart throws. And as we've talked about before, I'd much rather have my dart throw at the receiver position where the one big play opportunity is, more naturally created rather than 3 guys on the defensive line had to fall down. This guy had to make a great block. That guy had to, the hole had to open up. He had to see it and hit it and so on and so forth. There's just easier path to big play opportunities through the passing game. In terms of that passing game, Keon Coleman, interesting. Dalton Kincaid, interesting. Last week with Shakir on the field, Coleman was targeted 4 times as second highest game of the season. He was targeted 5 times in week 1. He caught 4 of those for 51 yards, caught 3 for 51 yards last week. In week 3, he caught just 1 of 1 targets, but he put it in the end zone for 24 yards. Should have more to do this week with Shakir out, and a high-end draft pick, a lot of draft capital in the kid. So definitely going to want to see what he's capable of doing as the lead receiver. Kincaid, 5 catches, 47 yards on 7 targets last week. Put 1 in the end zone in week 3. Overall, the targeting for Kincaid, 4.5 per game so far on a 4.9 yard ADOT. A reasonable opportunity to catch the ball in the red zone. 2 targets in the red zone in week 3, 1 in the red zone in week 1. Had a solid handful of red zone targets throughout last year. Not a significant downfield operator right now, but capable, depends on which play we're working with. Same thing for Knox, 4.6 yard ADOT. He hasn't been in the end zone yet this season. He's drawn just 1 and change targets a game. Last week, Knox targeted just once, just twice the week before. No targets in week 2, 2 targets in week 1. So it is the Kincaid show, but maybe they go back to a little bit more of Knox getting out there, running some routes, seeing some targets. 16 routes and 12 routes over the last 2 weeks, but just the 2 and the 1 target. So a little bit more opportunity potentially to do some things in just a differently called receiving game for Buffalo this week. Samuel has drawn limited targeting. 3 targets in week 3. He caught 3 of them for 22 yards. 2 catches last week for 8 yards on 2 targets. but another guy who should see a uptick in volume this week. So he's interesting enough at 42.54. Just 3.7 yard ADOT. He's definitely an in-close operator for this team. A lot of work in the flat, but definitely considerable and should stack up yardage at the very worst. I like that yardage bet that was mentioned in the chat earlier. Mac Hollins should be more the downfield operator. He's got a touchdown on the season. He's carrying a 12.2 yard ADOT. Just 3 targets a game, 2.8 targets a game. That went up to 6 targets last week, though. Caught just one of them for 5 yards. 1 catch for 16 yards on 2 targets in week 3. Caught 2 of 2 in week 1 for 25 and a touchdown. But if you're looking for a downfield shot as a lower-owned receiver, it's probably the Mac Hollins day. 3,100, 5,300 across sites. At least he's cheap on DraftKings. 53 on FanDuel seems a little unreasonable. It's not like a high price, but it's impactful enough. It's 100 off of the price that they're asking for Keon Coleman, for example. That's a little weird. I guess anticipating the opportunity. So Holland's a lot more interesting on DraftKings, where he ranks 42nd by points per dollar versus 53 on the other site. But you can see via the rankings, like everybody that you want is really up there. On the Houston side, Nico, an absolute monster this season, rates as wide receiver 1 by points this week, wide receiver 8 by points per dollar. Anytime you're getting both marks in the top 10, that's a tremendous opportunity, of course. What's up, Power? Power's fashionably late. Good to see you, pal. Jake Swale saying, if you listen to chat and also hit that like Evans bump suggestion by Terry, you crushed. Should have hit that myself. I did go back and play that non-Evans lineup that I ended up building on the FanDuel one. I just like the way that one came together. Didn't win, so I didn't like it in the end, but it was an appealing lineup before lock. So anyway, Nico, the prime weapon here. But Steph Diggs, not far behind. 4th by points, 7th by points on FanDuel, 14, 16 by points per dollar. Then we dip a little bit with Tank, but he's still in the top 35 across every category, or 36 by points on FanDuel, excuse me. But that is still, again, we're playing at least 3 wide receivers in every lineup. So a guy in the 30s, the low 30s with all those skills is definitely in play and appealing. 54, 6,000 for Tank Dell for his skill set when healthy. That's a significant weapon. He's not necessarily fully healthy. He's dealing with, what's his injury? I think he's off the report now, right? There are way too many injury situations to remember. Yeah, he's off the injury report now. I forget what it was, but he's fine. It was a chest injury. Dell's been a little bit more limited than the other 2 guys so far this season. That's why the price is down. But as far as targeting in the 3 games that he played, 7 targets week 1, 4 targets week 2, 6 targets in week 3. In week 3, he had his best game, caught 5 of 6 for 62 yards. Just 3 catches for 40 in week 1. Diggs had his 2 touchdown catches in week 1. Dipped to 4 catches, 37 yards, no score in week 2. Bounced back up, 10 catches on 12 targets, 94 yards, but no score against Minnesota week 3. And then kind of a mixed game, 5 catches, 9 targets, but only 69 yards, and again, no score in week 4. Nico, by contrast, 151 yards on 12 of 15 receiving in week 4. He is clearly the number 1 receiver, clearly the target leader. The 15 targets last week, 10 in each of weeks 2 and 3, 8 targets in week 1. He's been over 100 yards 3 times already out of 4 games. He was at 86 yards on 4 catches in week 3. 1 more catch probably gets him over 100. 2 touchdowns on the season. Absolute beast of a receiver. Overall, everybody operates fairly far downfield, 11.5 yard ADOT for Tank. Steph, currently the short man at 7.2 yards. Average depth of target. Significant red zone targeting. drawing 8 targets a game, 10.8 targets a game for Nico on an 11.3 yard ADOT and 44.9% of the air yards. That's what I mean when I say he is the most significant target with the way that those numbers collide with one another. Dalton Schultz, 7.5 yard ADOT, an effective downfield tight end. Somebody that they do target, 4 targets a game so far this season. It was a little bit limited starting the season. It was just 3 targets a game in the first 2 games. It bounced up to 5 targets over the last 2 games. He hasn't had his big game yet. Just a 34-yard high came in the most recent game. 3 of 5 for 34 yards. Hasn't been in the end zone yet this season. But the scoring's coming. Dalton Schultz is a talented tight end. He's involved in the offense. 41-54. Just needs to draw those red zone targets. He's got 2 on the season. 1 in week 2, 1 in week 4. A little bit touchdown dependent, sure, at the tight end position, but there are very few tight ends who are not touchdown dependent at this point in this league. Agumbawale had talked about. Robert Woods really limited. Didn't practice with a foot injury on Thursday. Currently questionable. Target high of 3 came in week 4. He caught 1 for 10 yards. 2 targets in week 3. Didn't really play much. Ran just 5 routes in week 2. He ran 8 routes in week 3. Bounced up to 31 routes last week with Tank out. But presumably if Tank goes, he dips back down. So really no appeal there and no appeal with anybody else. Unless something goes haywire with the injuries, there's no appeal for anybody down here. Defense-wise, and I forget if I mentioned defenses in the previous game. But you really don't want Baltimore-Cincinnati defenses. Don't know how much of Buffalo and Houston defenses we really want here either. Houston's defense has done some scoring. They have a 10.69% sack rate, 5th ranked, and a 2.56% interception. That's like middle of the league. But again, it's just a good offense on the other side. So I think any scoring they might be able to chisel away just kind of gets gobbled up by the 47-point total overall. So not a great spot for defense. Got to go Nico as your top man, but there are several options for this game and significant action on both sides. This is definitely a game to look at bring back plays, this regardless of which side of the stacking equation you take, and you're going to come away with a ton of stacks on both sides of this, with these teams ranking 4-3 on DraftKings and 5-3 on FanDuel by points. But yeah, easy answer, Nico. Both kickers in the winning lineup. That was on DK, yeah? Yeah, kickers have been involved a lot this year on DraftKings. And that was with Younghoe Koo missing 2 field goals for the first time this year. I'm actually surprised they both got in there. Oof. OT cost you first place, Mama, in that chop lineup? That sucks. But yeah, only a matter of time. That's all you need to be doing, right? We've talked about that a million different times. If you were consistently putting lineups up into that top 1%, that's where you want to be. That's the focus, right? That's what we talk about when we talk about building lineups with trajectory toward winning rather than cashing. You want to be shooting for that upper tier, obviously, right? That's kind of duh. But that's why you don't want to necessarily focus on safe plays, on high floor, low ceiling plays like you do in cash games. Because you want to be putting lineups in the top 1%. That's all that the game is about. If you're not shooting for the big payouts, if you don't play significant volumes and regularly, and you're just looking to win $5 on your dollar entry, then you build lower on lineups. That's fine. Know what you're doing and know what kind of player you are. But if you're trying to win and trying to hit the big paydays and win consistently over time, the idea is to put lineups in that top 1%. You're not really worried about how often, I mean, at a certain point you are, but you're really focused on how many lineups can I put in the top 1% with regularity and improving that number, because the more you do that, it just becomes a matter of putting that process and then extending it over time. And if you have a consistent process to put a handful of lineups into the top 1% every week or couple of tournaments or whatever, with consistency, let's say, it's just a matter of time. For some people, that time obviously never comes, right? There is that aspect of it. You do need to hit. You do need things to work out right. But if your process is consistent, if your lineups are built correctly, if you're following the game theory of it all, those are eventually going to come through. It's like erosion, right? You have the mountain, you have the rain, and if the rain is consistently falling on the mountain, eventually the rain wins. And then you have a canyon a couple million years later. And I probably should have said that the other way. It doesn't really work, I guess, for an analogy where you're trying to build up a bankroll. So flip it the other way around. For some people, it does. Dig a canyon. Playing DFS is always the long game, as Stephen Leibowitz says. Yeah, exactly. I got to come up with a better analogy than erosion, though. Joe Musgrove, Tommy John surgery. Womp womp. That sucks. I like Joe Musgrove. How about those Mets, by the way? You guys watch that game? Holy hell. Yeah, it depends a lot on contest selection as well, as Steven is pointing out, for sure. Yeah, we could spend the whole show talking about those 2 points. But how about those Mets? Pete Alonso? Who knew that in a sport where every single person who's ever played the sport, regardless of whether they do it professionally or just with a wiffle ball bat hitting rocks in their backyard, every single person who's ever held a baseball bat has, in their imagination, hit a game-winning ninth-inning home run with their team trailing in a decisive game. Apparently that had never happened in a ninth inning of a decisive winner-take-all playoff game in Major League history. Yes, the shot heard around the world could count, but that was not a playoff series. Getting technical about it. But as I pointed out to my buddy Lou last night when he was arguing with me, baseball records are all technical. If you don't get technical about it, I'm not going to be able to find this in time. But if you don't sort out like things like, plate appearances for context, then some random pitcher is the greatest run creator of all time across like 4 plate appearances. So that was a cool moment for Pete Alonso. And the Mets. I was fully expecting them to rip the hearts out of their fans again like they typically do. I guess that'll be next round. Here's a lower end game after that hot start to the slate. 41.5 point total between Chicago and Carolina. Carolina at Chicago, 4-point dogs. Honestly, could be a bigger line if Chicago was consistent. Caleb last time out after the big game in week 3 threw for just 157 yards and 1 touchdown, 17 of 23 passing. You like to see the completion percentage going up, gaining confidence a little bit maybe. But we definitely need to put these weapons to work a little bit more like we did in week 3. He threw for 363 yards, 33 of 52, significant volume uptick in that game. 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 7 yards per pass attempt, 6.8 yards per pass attempt last week. 2 40-yard passes in the week 3 game. Carried the ball 5 times in each of the first 2 games. Dipped to just 1 carry on the heavy passing volume against Indy in week 3. Went back to 5 carries in week 4. Really hasn't gained a ton. 8.8 yards per rush attempt in week 2. He gained 44 yards on 5 carries in that one. But just 2.4 yards per attempt in week 4, 3.0 yards per attempt in week 1. Hasn't been a big facet of his game yet. They've been throwing the ball a significant amount in the red zone, though. 4 red zone passing attempts last week, 10 red zone passing attempts in week 3, 3 red zone pass attempts in week 1. The upside for Chicago's offense is going to live and die with Caleb most weeks. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen now back to full health. A pretty solid veteran 1-1-1A tandem. Keenan presumably going to get more involved than he did in week 4. After missing 2 weeks, he came back, ran 23 routes on 36 snaps, was targeted 3 times, caught all 3 of them for 19 yards. But that pales in comparison to the 11 targets that he drew in week 1 on 37 snaps, 23 routes. So it's the exact same snap volume, exact same route volume, but was targeted 11 times versus 3 times last week. So just getting him back in the mix. He only caught 4 of those 11 passes in week 1 in Caleb's debut, but that was a messy game as far as the passing attack went. So most of that not Keenan's fault. DJ not really developing much of a connection yet. He did catch 8 of 10 targets in the week 3 game, 78 yards though. pretty insignificant yardage total for DJ. He got in the end zone last week, but that was on just 3 of 6 receiving, 22 yards. Not exactly what you're looking for when you pile DJ Moore at a relatively high price, $66.64. Those are not overly appealing games. Hasn't been over the 78 yards is his season high so far in 4 games. We know there's a lot more talent-wise with those two receivers, but it becomes a matter of how is the ball getting delivered to them. So far, an 8 intended air yards per attempt, but completing just 3.3 air yards per attempt, just 5.6 yards per pass attempt so far. So a lot of short passing. A lot of limitations there. A 9.2 yard ADOT so far for DJ Moore, 5.7 yard ADOT, just 10% of the air yards, but more limited targeting because Keenan Allen missed 2 games. 4.3 targets a game are going in DeAndre Swift's direction out of the backfield. He's also carried the ball 13 times a game. He has gained 3 yards per rush attempt. He is a bad running back. 1.5 before, 1.5 after contact per attempt. 1 touchdown on the season. Through the air, he's a little bit more interesting maybe. 3 catches a game, 3+ catches a game, 30 yards, 6.9 yards per target on a negative 0.6 yard ADOT. So he actually makes something happen when they throw the ball to him at or behind the line of scrimmage. He just doesn't. He makes less happen when he actually takes the handoff. If I stack him at all, it would probably be more for his involvement in the passing game. Not that you have to declare why you're stacking him when you build the lineup, but in terms of his rushing, he was better in week 4, 16 carries for 93 and a touchdown. But the first 3 weeks, 10 carries for 30, 14 carries for 18, 13 carries for 20. That's just who he is. Rome Odunze, good week 3, caught 6 balls. He and Caleb had a breakout the same week. Caught 6 of 11 that week for 112 and a touchdown. Dipped back down to just 3 targets last week, caught 1 of them for 10 yards, played 41 snaps with the offense, ran 20 routes. That was his fewest routes run. I think he came out of the game at some point, if I'm not mistaken. He played 62 snaps in week 2, ran 47 routes, was targeted 5 times, caught just 2 of them for 33, had a limited week 1 as well. Cole Kmet, in terms of the targeting, by the way, Rome on a 16.2 yard ADOT, getting the downfield looks. 5.8 targets a game, 33% of the air yards. Just 1 touchdown so far. But the nice depth of target is interesting for the young receiver. And between him, Keenan Allen, and DJ Moore, he'll be the least owned one. Cole Kmet drawing 5 targets a game, 8.2 yard ADOT. Another solid, somewhat downfield tight end who's not just the safety valve plays. 14.65% of the air yards so far. He's got a touchdown on the board. He also had a big week 3. A lot of that volume came in week 3. He caught 10 of 11 targets that week, 97 yards and a touchdown. 3 targets last week, caught all 3 of them for 34. 5 targets, caught 4 of them for 27 in week 2. So you can see there's up and down nature to that game, but that's a lot of tight ends, and especially when we get into the range of these cheap mid-board type tight ends, you're going to get a lot of clunker performances where they caught a few balls, didn't really have a big game because that's not necessarily what tight ends do. But on the games where they do break out a little bit, you're going to want a cheap tight end like Cole Kmet. So if you're going to Bears against a Carolina defense that is at least gettable, I think Cole Kmet is involved in your stacking. So far this season, Carolina allowing 4.6 yards per rush attempt, ranks 23rd, 7.5 yards per pass attempt, ranks 22nd. A 4.17% sack rate is pathetic. It ranks 31st. 2.61% interceptions over 4 weeks, ranks 12th, but probably going to dip from there after a small sample start. So there's definitely appreciable upside for Chicago. They land just 15-17 though, 17-14 as far as points per dollar as a stack. Might be a better source of individuals. Caleb just QB 12-14 by points, 13-15 by value. DJ and Keenan Allen both in the 20s and 30s by points and points per dollar. So again, when we talk about receivers, we're playing at least 3 of them. So that makes both of these guys highly playable. Rome Odunze qualifies for that as well. 36.45 on DK, 40.39 on FanDuel. Definitely playable rankings-wise. Something that I definitely think we're all going to be interested in is the Bears' defense against Carolina. Even with Andy Dalton at the helm, we're still talking about a fairly limited Carolina offense. But Komet, not bad. 7-9 as a sneaky tight end play on DraftKings. 8-8 across the board on FanDuel. Not running away with projections or opportunity, but solid at worst. You know, he falls into like the Pat Freiermuth kind of territory. Dennis's ears just perked up if he's out there. Roshan Johnson, limited, stepping into more opportunities and drawing a little bit of a projection. Operating behind Swift last week, he carried the ball 7 times, 26 yards and a touchdown, 8 carries for 30 yards in week 3. Those are really limited numbers, though. Those are not necessarily playable as far as the volume goes. Would be entirely touchdown dependent if you go there. Khalil Herbert, even more limited than that. Gerald Everett, nothing more than a blocking tight end. Tyler Scott's, DeAndre Carter's of the world, you're not going to want to touch this week. Carter was a little bit involved with Keenan Allen out, but it dips back off of any kind of playability. You can see sub 1 projections. Same thing with main slates as with showdown slates. I'm typically taking guys projected for 1. I'm just setting a threshold of 1. Speaking of which, did these? Damn. I tried to run Ace Mine Sims, but I didn't think it through, and I ran them against the giant field without necessarily setting up my board properly, and it doesn't look like they ran correctly. Let me see if I can jump in there and rerun it against smaller fields. It's going to come down to whether or not I have it good enough for a smaller field. Let's see. 37, 41, 178,000. Do we have like a nice, 19,000 entries. Let's see what happens there. Just want to run it once. This is DK, so we need to be... Hang out for a moment, talk amongst yourselves. Hit the like button when you get a chance. Hit the subscribe bell if you're new here. If you're not aware of when these shows go live, and let's face it, most people aren't, because usually I'm not. I'm usually scheduling these things on the fly, finding the time to make it work. So you always want to be subscribed so you get notifications when we go live, when we schedule shows. Going to try and get better and get things on a more tight, concrete schedule so that people can actually anticipate. Once we get into basketball, that show is going to be basically the same time or thereabouts every day. I talked about I'm probably going to do basketball earlier in the day, I think, this season, rather than trying to crash it into lock and then have to deal with projection updates that need to be done on the fly in the moment for NBA. I think that's too chaotic, and I think I'm better served, and I would better serve the members if I'm just in front of the projections in the hour before lock and then the 4 or 5 hours after lock, of course, every single day. It's going to be fun. Nobody in my life is going to see me for the next 6 months after NBA starts. But I think I'm probably going to run the show in the noon to 2 o'clock kind of range, in mid-afternoon. Leave the live before locks to others. Leave the morning show to Josh. Feel like I can land something nicely in the afternoon there, but we'll see. But that's more to the point. Hit the subscribe bell. Check out rotoscouts.com. If you haven't been over to the site lately, the memberships are live now. Every single membership costs you less than $1 per day. Whether that's on a weekly, monthly, or quarterly plan, you get access to every single sport that we cover, every tool, every piece of content, every single data point, under $1 a day per plan. So that's $22 a month. It's under $7 a week. $69 and change on the quarterly plan. Tons of access, tons of content, tons of effort going into that content. Very good community here. Jump into the Discord if you're not in there already. Follow the @RotoScouts Twitter handle, and that's my little promo. Let me get back to what I was doing, which was kicking off a hopefully second bite at the Ace Mine Sims that I can show you at the end of the show. Well, the DraftKings one is done. That flew. Wow. Against that smaller slate, this went through in 30 seconds. I could actually tee it up for more runs. The smallest FanDuel slate is 89,000 entries, so that one's going to take a little longer. We'll see. Hopefully that one works. Making the switch from coffee, which I emptied, to water. I appreciate that, Mamba. Glad to hear it. Mamba says, I can't say it until I can't. I say it until I can't anymore. You've significantly changed my game, and I owe my success to you 100%. I appreciate that, buddy. I think you should give yourself more credit than giving me 100% of the credit, but I'll take it. I appreciate you. So getting into the Carolina side, which is fairly ugly and feeds the upside for Chicago defense in my mind. For one thing, Chicago allowing 6.6 yards per pass attempt, which is a limiting factor on the more appealing side of the Carolina offense. They are allowing a little bit of rush. 4.5 yards per rush attempt ranks 19. The 6.6 ranks 11. And they've only given up 18.8 points per game, most importantly. Sorry. I get mixed up between these columns. They're only scoring 19.3 points per game on their side. That's why we've got such a low total in the first place. But holding opponents under 20 points a game, it ranks 8th overall in football. They've come away with a 7.87% sack rate that ranks 17, but a 4.27% interception rate so far ranks 3rd overall in football. They've been pretty good at creating some fantasy points and going up against a Carolina team that, again, even with Dalton at the helm, are we really excited? 18.3 points per game so far on the season. Limited 4.4 yards per rush attempt, 5.8 yards per pass attempt, ranked 14th and 27th as an offense. For Dalton's side of things, he had a great week 3, his week 1. 26 of 37, 319 yards, 3 touchdowns. Dipped in week 4, 25 of 40, 220 yards, 2 TDs, threw an interception. 5.5 yards per pass attempt versus the 8.6 yards per pass attempt that he put up in week 3. It was a nice story for a minute there. I question whether it's going to be totally viable. I don't necessarily think Dalton is like 100% washed, but the idea that he's going to lead some kind of revolution with this team and they're suddenly going to be worth going to every week. Maybe you get to some Chuba Hubbard. Maybe you get to some Deontay. Deontay's limited at practices. He's dealing with an ankle, but it seems like he's going to play. Hubbard did have a good week 4. He also had a good week 3. Week 3 was kind of on volume, 21 carries, 114 yards. Didn't score, but also caught 5 of 5, added 55 yards, and did score through the passing game. So significant volume with the 26 potential, 26 actual touches and getting in the end zone and over 150 yards from scrimmage 2 weeks ago. Last week, 18 carries for 104 and a touchdown, 4 catches on 4 targets, just 17 yards, no score through the air. But significant involvement for Hubbard, a player that I wasn't really high on coming into the season, but he's done enough damage early that I'm coming around a little bit. 61-68, he ranks 4th and 2nd, 4th by points, 2nd by points per dollar among running backs this week. It is a gettable Chicago rush defense. Overall, 3 yards before contact, 2.4 yards after contact, 5.4 yards per rushing attempt on the season. That really shouldn't be ignored. So whether I want to or not, I kind of have to come around on Chuba Hubbard. 3.5 targets a game, putting up 21 yards per game, 6 yards per target. He catches mostly behind the line of scrimmage. That makes things happen. Got a touchdown through the receiving game. Deontay, the clear leader in the receiving game, a 9.9 yard ADOP, a 42% of the air yards on nearly 10 targets a game so far. He's gotten in the end zone twice on the season. A very capable WR1, and really the guy that you want with Andy Dalton, but it's a questionable version of him with the ankle injury. Is he going to be 100%? If he's out there, I will go to him. As I've always said, as long as he's good enough for the NFL team, he's good enough for me. But what does that really mean? Taking a limited version of Deontay Johnson into a limited offense in the first place, you're stacking against yourself after a while there as far as probability goes. Xavier Legette maybe gets interesting. Definitely gets interesting if Deontay doesn't go. If Deontay is at all limited, he's interesting. 10 targets last week. Caught 6 of them for 66 yards and a touchdown in his biggest performance. Played 60 snaps with the offense in his most significant performance. This is with Adam Thielen out. So stepping into a bigger role, succeeded in the first opportunity to do so. Was targeted once in the red zone, and I don't know if that was his touchdown or not, so I won't say that he converted it, but drew a target and scored a touchdown. Behind Chuba Hubbard, I'm really not a Miles Sanders fan. And outside of the touchdown in week 3, I really don't see much need to come around about that one. So I'll give Chuba Hubbard his due, but Miles Sanders, I'm not really willing to get there. He projects out just from, a half a running back projection. He's carrying the ball 6 times per game. He has run one in. He's targeted just under 3 times a game, catching exactly 2 of them. Hasn't caught anything. Hasn't gotten into the end zone through the passing game. Just 2.9 yards per target. He's a very limited player. Not a big Miles Sanders fan. He's also dealing with, he came up sick on Thursday. Probably going to be healthy again by Sunday and ready to play, but at least keep an eye on it if you're planning on playing him. Jonathan Mingo, 5 targets, caught 3 of them for 24 yards last week. Hasn't been over 40 yards on the season. Hasn't been in the end zone. You're dealing with a 4.8 yard average depth of target for Mingo. So limited targeting just over the middle. What are we talking about? There's really not much upside outside of the occasional touchdown, and we're talking about super occasional. 5.9 yard ADOT for Tommy Tremble. He is also dealing with an injury, I believe. Is he off the injury report now? Oh, congrats, Tommy. You got off the injury report. Tommy's not on the injury report, excuse me. And actually, it looks like Deontay's cleared it on Friday. I put the notes together at like 3 a.m., so I didn't have Friday updates yet. So Deontay presumably off the injury report now, which diminishes but doesn't take away Xavier Legette. But I probably slide him below 10 points now. I was giving him a little bit of credit. Maybe not. We'll see where it goes. Trumbull, just a limited tight end option. He ran 30 routes and went untargeted last week. 21 routes, 3 targets, caught 3 of them in week 3. 11 routes, caught 3 of 4 targets for 23 yards. Hasn't been over 30 yards. Hasn't been over 3 catches in 3 games. Limited tight end. Would need to fall into the end zone with the ball in his hands. Greatly prefer Cole Kmet on the other side. Significant price gap between the two, but Kmet is the way better option. As far as downboard, there's really not much to work with here. Unless we were dealing with an absence if, Deontay scratches on Sunday, then you get a little bit more into the depth. It benefits Legette, it benefits Mingo, and then you probably get like a David Moore picking up a little bit. He ran 6 routes, went untargeted last week, ran 4 routes, went untargeted the week before, 2 routes, 1 target, no catch in week 2, caught 1 of 3 in week 1 for 14 yards. It's a limited team. It's a limited depth chart. You really just stick up toward the top. You do have playable rankings on Deontay. You have very playable rankings on the Carolina defense in a points per dollar sense. Again, as much as Chicago might have some weapons around DJ Moore, Keenan Allen on name value, it's not like they've done a lot so far this season. They had 1 good game, and neither one of those guys was really all that involved in it. They've put up 19.3 points per game. That's not all that much better than what Carolina's been putting up. So I can see a lane for the Carolina defense to succeed here at very cheap pricing. On points, they just rank 7th and 8th, but on points per dollar, they're very cheap. I could also see Chicago just completely lighting them up, of course. Bonus guy. Nobody? Let's give it a Chuba Hubbard. I think it's a somewhat appealing Chuba Hubbard week. Much as I hate saying that. Came up yesterday during the Showdown show about the Washington pass defense. I talked about it. We've talked about it every single main slate so far. And we're going to talk about it every time we have the opportunity to target Washington or whenever we're talking about a bad pass defense. So far this year, 7.9 yards per pass attempt, ranks 29th. They've also allowed a 31st ranked 5.3 yards per rush attempt. This is a bad defense. They're giving up 25.5 points per game to rank 25th. But they're scoring 30.3 points per game to rank 3rd. Washington, the Commanders, with a rookie at the helm. Surprising offensive output from Washington. Who knew Jaden Daniels was going to be this goddamn good? Wish my Giants had. Finagle a trade somehow and make a draft pick for a change. But Daniels has been fantastic. I like Washington to hang with Cleveland as far as the scoring in this game goes. But I like Cleveland to abuse that Washington defense a little bit here. As far as the Vegas board, 43.5 points is a respectable enough total. Washington actually the favorites in the game despite their terrible defense. Speaks more to the quality of Deshaun Watson than anything else. Daniels, QB 3-2 across sites, 3 by points, 2 by points per dollar on DraftKings, slips to 8th by points per dollar at 8,700, a little bit more expensive against the FanDuel cap, but well worth getting to. Terry McLaurin, your top points per dollar receiver on DraftKings, ranks 5th by points, 6-4 across FanDuel. Brian Robinson Jr. at the running back position, top 10 running back on DK by points, 13th points per dollar, 11th and 15th on FanDuel. Playable. Not super targetable, but playable. Eckler, a little bit behind him. Don't love the option for Austin Eckler, but he's there, and he does have a little touchdown upside. Down the depth chart, they get a little bit thinner on the Commanders' side. Luke McCaffrey, OZ, Zach Ertz. Mixed, playable dart throw types, but you can see they don't have anybody in the 30s as far as the receiving core goes. Right? So it is a very playable offense that rates out pretty well. They're 9-7 by stack rankings on DraftKings, 9 and 11th by FanDuel points and points per dollar. But it really is hyper-focused around like these 3 guys and then a little sprinkling of other guys. Not the deepest stack in the world, but a capable one with some points and some upside. I think Jaden Daniels is probably playable on his own, but he probably mixes best with Terry McLaurin, his prime target. I think that's the direction you want to take most of your Daniels exposures. So far in the season, the kid's completed 82% of his passes. It's absurd. 21 of 28, or nearly 22 of 27 per game on the season. He's thrown 3 touchdowns. He's thrown 1 interception on the year. A very solid 8.5 yards per pass attempt, despite just 5.9 intended air yards per attempt. He's run the ball at a significant clip. He's run for 4 rushing touchdowns already, which is massive in 4 games. 11.5 carries a game. He's putting up 54.5 yards, 4.7 yards per attempt. Definitely involved in the rushing game. Cuts a little bit into Brian Robinson's action, but he's still carried the ball 16.5 times a game, gaining 4.7 yards per attempt. 1.9 before, 2.7 yards after contact per attempt. 3 touchdowns on the season. A little bit of involvement in the passing game as well. Just under 3 targets a game, catching 2 of them. Negative ADOT, so everything's behind the line of scrimmage. Make something happen kind of opportunities. Same thing for Austin Eckler's opportunities in the passing game. He's targeted 3 times a game. He's caught all of his passing attempts so far, putting up 40 yards per game through the air, 13.4 yards per target. That amounts to 4 of 4, 3 of 3, and 2 of 2 across 3 games, and then he didn't play in week 4. But a little involvement there. Not as involved on the ground, but he does have a rushing touchdown on the season. He's put up a significant 6.4 yards per rush attempt, but just 4.3 attempts per game. So it's a volume question when it comes to Austin Eckler more than anything else. If he saw more volume, though, your opportunities, your yards per attempt is going to dip pretty quickly. But he's playable. I don't love going to second running backs. He's offset by price a little bit. He doesn't rank great. 22, 26 by points per dollar. If I'm going to this kind of a running back who's definitely the second option at the position, I at least want better points per dollar numbers. Because at running back, we're playing at most 3 of them, rather than with wide receiver, we're playing at least 3 of them. So 20s rankings don't really work as well as like 30s rankings do for wide receivers. Just a little bit more limited opportunity-wise there. Obviously, if something were to happen to Robinson, it's a big opportunity. He definitely sees the ball enough to score 2 touchdowns, and he's involved in those facets of the game a little bit. It's just a shaky foundation of a play. A lot more basement on that play, I think, than there is ceiling. Ertz at 3850, 5,000. 4 targets a game, 7.9 yard ADOT, drawing 20% of the air yards, the only other significant air yards option in that offense. But that's more on volume. 4 targets over 8 yards a game kind of gets you there. He's putting up 9.4 yards per target. Still a capable tight end. Hasn't gotten in the end zone yet, but it's only a matter of time as long as he's regularly targeted. He's okay, especially because he's cheap. But even with the cheapness, he didn't rate out all that appealingly. McLaurin's the guy that you want. The 12.9 yard ADOT, the 57.28% of the air yards. 2 touchdowns already on the season. 6.8 yards per target on the 7 targets a game. That's your guy in the passing game. Significant weapon. Last time out, 7 catches, 52 yards on 10 targets. The week before that, 4 catches on 6 targets, 100 yards, and a touchdown. Very limited over the first 2 games. Caught 6 balls against the Giants, but only 22 yards on 8 targets. Just 2 of 4 for 17 yards in week 1. Noah Brown not active for this game. Or is he officially out? I took him out of the projections. I forget whether he was officially out or if he went to a more limited report. Officially out. Okay. So presumably an uptick in opportunity for Luke McCaffrey. Olamide Zaccheaus here. In week 4, McCaffrey caught just 1 of 1 for 17 yards. 3 catches for 44 on 3 targets in week 3. And then in week 1, he was targeted 3 times, caught 3 catches for 18 yards. That was a game where Noah Brown was not active. Olamide in that game was targeted 3 times, caught just 1 of them for 15 yards. He had a 6 of 6 performance for 85 yards against Arizona last week, though. Between the two, it's tough. I slightly side with the projections, but it's very close, and it's going to depend on what the target differential is between the two. Zaccheaus, the more experienced player. A lot of dynamic skills. The volume kind of favors McCaffrey. Last week he ran 19 routes compared to the 11 that OZ ran. In that week 1 game, he ran 27 routes compared to 19. We've also got Diami Brown in the mix. He was targeted once on 9 routes last week. He caught it for 4 yards. 8 routes the week before, 2 catches, 16 yards, 2 targets. Even in this situation, probably a little bit thin, a little bit limited, but probably expected to see a little bit more opportunity than, say, Jamison Crowder further down the board. I don't even know if Crowder should necessarily be over a fantasy point. Commanders' defense is a do-not-play situation, even against Cleveland and a limited Deshaun Watson. Even against this defense, Deshaun ranks 13 and 15 by points, but he gains ground on points per dollar, especially on DraftKings, to rank 8th, 14th by points per dollar on FanDuel. Not all that appealing, but you do have some appealing skill player weapons here against just this bad Washington defense. Amari Cooper, 8th and 9th by points, 7th and 2nd on FanDuel by points per dollar is significant. Jerry Jeudy, not all that far behind, 23-9 and 23-14, so good points per dollar weapon there on DraftKings. Jerome Ford at the running back position, 9-6, 10-7 against this sieve of a defense. So for Cleveland, they rank 4th by points per dollar on both sites as a stack, 8th by points on DraftKings, 11th on FanDuel. They are an appealing offense today. It's just that maybe it's a situation where they're a little bit more appealing as individuals rather than as a full stack, with just significant upside for any one of those guys to go off. I hesitate to really get behind that because Watson, even with his limitations, is capable of a good game against this team. He's thrown the ball a significant number of times. Last time out was his lowest performance of the game of the season in terms of pass attempts. He threw 32 times. He completed 75% of them, 24 of 32, but he threw for just 176 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. His biggest week was week 3 against the Giants, predictably. 21 of 37, that's just 56.8%, but he threw for 196 yards, which is a season high, threw 2 touchdowns, no pick. We could be looking at that kind of a performance again. I think that's a reasonable comp. But he's got very good weapons in Cooper, in Jerry Jeudy. If they get David Njoku back, that is a monster weapon to put on the field. Njoku practiced on Wednesday as a limited participant, then took the day off on Thursday, but that was part of the plan, reportedly. It seems like there's momentum for him to be out there. He played in week 1. He was targeted 5 times, caught 4 of them for 44 yards. Significant weapon in the red zone. A very, very good tight end. So if he's out there at those prices and those rankings, I definitely like the option, and it's definitely a strong situation where as long as he's good enough to be out there on the field as far as the NFL team's concerned, he is easily good enough to be out there in my stack. Or as a standalone tight end, honestly. A lot of value there at those points per dollar. Browns defense wouldn't really consider against a capable enough Washington offense. They rank in the mid-teens. No real appeal there. Elijah Moore, just a skill player who needs the ball in his hands. 1 target last week, caught it, 11 yards. 3 targets, caught 2 of them for 17. 8 targets, caught 6 of them, 44 yards. Not exactly a monster at the receiving position, but everybody's going to have an opportunity to succeed against this defense. Just a 5.5 yard ADOT, 9.8% of the air yards, 4.5 targets a game. Like I said, is a player that you want to kind of just dump the ball off to, get it in his hands. They just maybe need to design some better plays for him to actually succeed. Just 4.5 yards per target so far this season. Donta Foreman, very limited, just 5 carries a game so far, just a half a target per game, not really a strong option there. Said Tillman, no real involvement. Jordan Akins becomes interesting if David Njoku doesn't play, but only in that scenario. I don't really see enough involvement if Njoku is out there. And really the involvement's been extremely limited anyway, even without Njoku. Peaked at 7 targets in week 3 against the Giants, 4 catches for 29 yards. I'm going to give it to... I guess I got to go with somebody from Cleveland, huh? The Cleveland defense, by the way, 4.6, I forget if I mentioned this or not, 4.6 yards per rush attempt, 6.3 yards per pass. A solid 8.3% sack rate that sits 11th, but they haven't picked off a ball yet this season. 0.00 in the interception rate. I was inclined to go McLaurin. I think that's where I'm going to land. I think Terry McLaurin is your best bonus shot in this game. Again, kind of an obvious pick. The smart play would be to take Amari Cooper or Jerry Jeudy going back the other way against that weak Washington defense. But it's not like Cleveland's all that much better on D. And this passing game, at least this pairing, has been very interesting. And just looking at where they rate, like, how could I not go to McLaurin for that call, given where he rates out this week? Amari looks good too, but McLaurin looks slightly better. It's an interesting, ugly game. I think that's the best way to describe it. Between two teams with really ugly uniforms, I'll add. It's going to be ugly across the board. Outside of like his play. Really big Jaden Daniels fan all of a sudden based on these first 4 weeks. Obviously, I can't like him that much on a division rival for my New York Giants, but the kid is good. Anything we didn't talk about in this one? I think we hit the high points. Moving on. DK guys, you can take intermission. We are meandering our way through this slate so far. 2 hours in. A little ways to go. It's cool. People have plenty of opportunity to watch this over the next 48 hours or so. I'm not a big Slayton guy, Mamba. I think the Giants are done for. I don't think there's opportunity there. Giants wide receiver will make or break the slate. Interesting. I think the Giants wide receiver broke the slate in a bad way when Neighbors is not going to play. He's the only wide receiver on the Giants that I would really be that interested in. Even with Wan'Dale playing okay and drawing some volume, he's injured for one. Or hurt, anyway. And just knowing the talent level there, I think he's more benefited, and Daniel Jones is benefited by all the attention that Neighbors has to get. And that's not going to be a thing now. Wan'Dale's dealing with a heel. He was limited in practice. Devin Singletary's also banged up. He practiced on a limited basis on Thursday. He's dealing with a groin injury, so that might limit their rushing game on that already bad team. Slayton last week caught 3 of 5 for 56. He's involved. He runs routes. He's not that good. And more to the point, the guy throwing him the ball is not good at all. I know that Daniel Jones has looked okay over the last couple of weeks, but that is entirely entirely due to Malik Neighbors. So I really question whether the Giants wide receiving core has anything to do with deciding the slate this week. Outside of the Giants are going to need to hang with Seattle, because I kind of like Seattle to decide the slate this week. Other side of that game is where I'm looking. But before we get to that one, it's a little ways down the board still. I'll do this one as quickly as possible. Sunday night game only on your FanDuel slate. Dallas colliding with a very, very good Pittsburgh defense. That's going to be Dallas's issue, and that's why I don't know how much appeal this game has in terms of the late night hammer scenario. 9.02% sack rate ranks 8th. 3.60 interception rate ranks 5th. 3.7 yards per rush attempt ranks 2nd. 7.1 yards per pass attempt. You could throw against them a little bit. But you got to do it against a pretty challenging pass rush against a pretty good secondary. They've given up 7.1 yards per pass attempt. But 7.1 yards per attempt, but just one passing touchdown per game so far on the season. So the good news for the Dallas stackers is we prefer the Dallas passing game out of everything Dallas anyway. It's just, what's Dak going to be able to do? It's going to need to stand tall against a pretty good pass defense. I don't love the spot for the Cowboys. Dak lands 13-17 across sites. There's never any ability to suppress CeeDee Lamb. He lands 3.28, and Jake Ferguson lands 1.1 at the tight end position. So it's interesting with the receivers kind of defying the rankings for their quarterback. But both of those guys are significant options in this offense. They're both significant players. They're going to be without Brandon Cooks, so you see a little bit of an uptick for Jalen Tolbert. But I think that really just results in massive volume for CeeDee, massive volume for Jake Ferguson on a day where they're probably going to need to throw the ball because they're really not going to be able to run the ball with Rico Dowdle and Ezekiel Elliott against this Pittsburgh defense. So I do think there's going to be at least volume-based opportunity there. Oh, this is not on that board. That's why. It's not in there as a 0. I'm like, why would that not be coming up? Distracted by shiny things as I look down the board. So, I do think that most of the focus for Dallas's offense and a lane of at least, believability in their success goes through these two players in conjunction with Dak. And all of Dak's success probably goes through these two players, CeeDee and Ferguson. Tolbert's been good. He's been gaining a lot of separation. Ranks 39-29 on this slate with what's his face out. So I think he's playable, but he's not super strong. It's not one that you rush out and roster at that price, 51. Dowdle on the season carrying the ball 8.5 times a game, gaining just 3.9 yards per rush attempt. Zeke gaining just 3.4 yards on just 6 carries a game. Very limited as far as the ground game goes. And again, going up against one of the best rush stopping defenses in the league. Don't really see the appeal here. Maybe you get to Dowdle a little bit on his involvement in the passing game. But it's only 3 targets a game. He's catching just over 2 of them. He's putting up 6.2 yards per target on a 2.3 yard ADOT. But if you're operating against a very good rush defense and doing it right around the line of scrimmage when you're receiving the ball, those things still kind of collide with one another. So I don't love the spot for Rico, and I'm really not on the Zeke bandwagon at this point. Ferguson last week, 7 catches on 7 targets for 49. Week before, 6 of 11 for 95. Hasn't been in the end zone yet. CeeDee got in the end zone last week, 7 catches for 98. Had 4 catches for 90 and a touchdown in week 2. A little bit up and down, though. 2 60-yard games mixed in with the 2 90-yard games. Has not been over 100 yards yet, but definitely the upside to get there any given slate, including this one. Actually, technically did get over 100 yards in week 4 if you're talking about yards from scrimmage, because he ran the ball 3 times for 8 yards. Dallas defense may be worth a couple of shots against what I still consider to be a very limited Pittsburgh, despite their 1-loss record. It's a pretty limited Pittsburgh offense. Dallas ranks just 13th across the across the defensive rankings, though, in both categories. So not all that much appeal. The defense that's involved more, higher projection, higher opportunity. Third ranked Pittsburgh defense by scoring. Seventh ranked because they're fairly high priced at 4,100. Down the depth chart for Dallas, you should see a little bit more involvement from Jalen Brooks. He saw 3 targets in each of weeks 2 and 3, caught one of them each week. 1 for 10, 1 for 24. Also had a catch on 1 target for 18 yards in week 1. Ran just 3 routes and was untargeted last week, but should see an opportunity with Cooks out. Deuce Vaughn, nothing more than a third string running back. Kevonta Turpin maybe gives you a little bit of upside. He's projected down here. He's at least getting action in the return game. He's got a little bit of ability. Was targeted 3 times in week 3. Caught 3 of them for 51 yards and a touchdown, with showing off some of the big play explosiveness. 4 targets, just 2 catches, 4 yards in week 2. Went untargeted on just 3 routes last week. So the volume, you live and die on volume and opportunity with that play. Very limited dart throw. In terms of Pittsburgh's offense, they're scoring just 18.8 points a game. That's 23rd in football. Their rush game has been pretty anemic, 3.7 yards per rush attempt with the dual-headed running back position. They're gaining 7.6 yards per pass attempt. That ranks 11th, surprisingly, with Justin Fields at the helm. Dallas's defense has given up 7.5 yards per pass attempt to rank 23rd. Also giving up 4.6 yards per rush attempt to rank 21st. 6.45% sack, but a 3.45% interception. Those rank 21st and 6th, respectively. It's a good secondary. Not a great pass rush. Not great at stopping the pass. Not great at stopping the run. But as far as scoring secondaries go, they are at least interesting. It is still Justin Fields throwing the ball, for one thing. Fields completing 71% of his passes, 19 of 27 weekly, 200-plus yards a week, 3 touchdown passes and an interception, 7.6 yards per attempt. The yards per attempt is better than what Dak's put up. He's got 7.2 yards per attempt on a 8.4 intended air yards versus 6.3 intended air yards for Fields. Fields runs the ball significantly more than Dak does, 9.5 attempts per game, gaining just 3.8 yards per rush attempt, though. Not very Justin Fieldsy. He does have 3 rushing touchdowns on the season, though. There's obvious score padding potential there. Najee has been the lead back, 17 carries per game overall, gaining just 3.4 yards per rush attempt, though. No Jalen Warren again this week, so all of the opportunities should funnel through Najee again. I liked him in this scenario last week. I got to like him again a little bit, at least this week. He greatly disappointed on the ground last week, 13 carries for 19 yards. It's pathetic. He at least caught the ball, 3 of 6 for 54 yards to save the day somewhat, but that was a really limited performance over 47 snaps with a ton of volume. It's 19 potential touches, 16 actual touches. Did not give us enough. Still has talent. I still am kind of a believer, oddly, but it's limited. I don't know how much I go to Pittsburgh at all, really. George Pickens, the lead wide receiver, not all that appealing. Did have a 7-catch, 113-yard game in week 4. Yet to find the end zone. Was targeted 11 times, came away with 7 of them. That was his season high for targets last week. 2.9 yards per route run last week versus 1.8 the week before, 1.2 the week before that. Patty Freiermuth throwing 5 targets a game, catching most of them. 5-yard A-dot operates a little bit downfield for this team, 14% of the air yards. He's got a touchdown on the board. Freiermuth's a good tight end. He draws a reasonable amount of volume. He's definitely playable and definitely the second best option in this passing attack behind Pickens, depending on what you've got open positionally and whatever lineup you're building, because you're probably just grabbing individuals from this team. It's an either-or decision. Calvin Austin, just 1 target last week, had 5 targets, caught 4 of them for 95 yards and a touchdown in week 3, though. Limited involvement overall. It amounts to 2.5 targets a game on a 10.3-yard A-dot, but he does have the touchdown. It's a reasonable option down the field. Van Jefferson gives you the same thing, but on a more limited basis than even Austin does. Just a little ability to get up, get down the field. 10-yard A-dot on the season, hasn't scored.
Last week, he drew 3 targets, caught 2 of them for 21 yards. So a little back and forth between those two as far as where those targets are going to go. Cordero Patterson off the board now, not going to play. Everybody else is just depth. The Washingtons of the world, the limited downboard backs and so on. Scotty Miller ran 4 routes, went untargeted last week. 21 routes, caught 2 of 2 targets in week 3. Washington targeted twice, caught 2 of them for 31 yards last week on 15 routes run. But if you're going to tight end from the Steelers, you're probably going Pat Freiermuth. Couple of limited offenses, though. 10th ranked by points for Dallas. 16th ranked by points for Pittsburgh. They do land 8th by points per dollar, so they get a little cheap around your stack, but not a ton of scoring upside. 18th ranked points per dollar for Dallas, so they're expensive with only like moderate board scoring upside. 44.5 point total, though, not nothing. Pittsburgh favored by 2.5 on the back of their defense and their 1-loss record, I would assume. But the more interesting of these two teams for DFS purposes is most certainly Dallas. It's probably a day where it's just best to mine CD and Jake Ferguson on their own with limited exposure in stacks of Dak. You can go Dak +2 with those 2 receivers, though. You can go Dak +2 with either one of those guys and Tolbert and maybe some Brooks or some Turpin. But you're getting thin down the board. With a bullet CD Lamb for your most likely bonus guy. On the other side, it is still Najee, just on the volume, on the opportunity, and the fact that he is actually a decent running back despite bad output this year. Back to appealing games and games that are on both sites. 48.5 point total in this one. That interests me. As I said at the top of the show, my one concern here is the Rams' ability to really hang in this game. That's going to be your potentially limiting factor. They do rate out okay. They're somehow the 8th ranked stack by points on FanDuel and 3rd ranked by points per dollar. 12th and 6th on the DraftKings slate makes more sense to me. Overall, this team, it's just really about, I don't think they're a bad team necessarily, but without their 2 prime wide receivers, without Cooper Kupp, without Puka Nacua, it's just a bad passing attack. Stafford did complete 20 of 29 last week. He threw for 224 yards, but no touchdown, 1 interception. Week before, 16 of 25, 221, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. 216, 0-0 on 19 of 27 passing in week 2. Week 1 was a decent week because he was throwing the ball to Cooper Kupp. 317 yards, just 1 touchdown, 1 interception, though. So that's over 4 games. Matthew Stafford has thrown 2 touchdown passes so far. Also 2 interceptions, despite throwing for nearly 250 yards a game, despite throwing the ball nearly 33 times a game and completing nearly 70% of them. It's just challenging. It's because he's throwing the ball to Tutu Atwell, Jordan Whittington, Demarcus Robinson. It's not a good receiving core. Kyren Williams is an absolute beast when it comes to volume. He's probably the most appealing thing from the Rams and the thing that will most likely keep them in the game. Last week, 23 potential touches, 23 actual touches, put up 94 yards and a touchdown on the ground, put up another 10 yards through the air, so we're over 100 yards from scrimmage. Same opportunity the week before. Ran 19 routes, picked up 2 targets, caught them both for 27 yards and a touchdown. Also ran the ball 24 times for 89 yards and 2 touchdowns. So 3 touchdown game, over 100 yards from scrimmage, 26 potential, 26 actual touches in that game. Another 19 potential touches the week before that, 21 the week before that. He's one of the more significant opportunity running backs in all of football. Correctly priced high at 76.84. Rates out as RB2-3 on both sites. So again, most of the action potentially going right through Kyren Williams again this week. The Green Bay defense, allowing 4.3 yards per rush attempt, ranks 13th. Under a touchdown a game, 0.8 rushing touchdowns a game, though, ranks 7th. So a little bend, don't break there. Against the pass, 7.8 yards per pass attempt, ranks 27th. Their 9.09% sack rate ranks 7th. And their 6.15% interception rate ranks 1st. So considering what has been going on with Los Angeles so far this season, it's not necessarily a great defense to throw this limited version of the passing game into. And it might speak to a little bit of sneaky upside for Green Bay as a defense just with the opportunity to create some turnovers against a limited receiving core, continue their success with the secondary, creating some havoc, creating some turnovers, and then maybe picking up a few opportunities through sacks with the defense as well with that decent pass rush. And kind of non-threatening, despite the Vegas total, it is, to me, it's kind of a non-threatening offense on the other side to whittle away those points if they do go out and accrue them through defensive scoring. On the season overall, Green Bay's allowed 22.3 points per game. They're scoring 26 points per game so far. That ranks 6th. And that's going up against a Los Angeles defense that has allowed 28.8 points a game to sit 31st in football, while scoring just 18.8 to sit 22nd. That 18.8 is a big part of why I'm concerned about Green Bay in the fourth quarter really needing to hit the gas pedal to really, really pay off a stack. But the good news is, even in 3 quarters, they might be able to put up a pretty monstrous DFS day, at least a couple of these guys. Jordan Love, technically questionable. I expect him to go after playing last week. The Los Angeles defense is 27th in football with 5 yards per rushing attempt allowed, and dead last, and most interestingly, 9.1 yards per pass attempt allowed so far this season. They've got a 6.42% sack rate that is negligible, 22nd ranked, and their 0.98% interception rate seems like it's 1 interception. That's my guess, ranking 24th so far this season. So you can throw against these guys, and Jordan Love kind of likes to throw the ball and has some good wide receivers to work with. I have Dobbs in right now, but he's currently questionable. Dontavian Wicks, the hot pickup of the week if you're not in a league where I drafted him in one of the last rounds in basically every league that I'm in, or at least most of them. So I had him already. Go me. But very hot pickup this week. Should see a big uptick in targets and opportunity, and is just a talented receiver. That's the beauty part of Green Bay with that 4 or 5 man wide receiver room. A couple guys go down, and they've just got good fill-in options. Last week, Dontavian Wicks went up to 13 targets. He caught 5 of them for 78 yards and scored 2 touchdowns. Romeo Doubs was out there last week. Drew 8 targets, caught 4 of them for 39 yards. Had seen 7 targets in week 1, 4 catches for 50. 62 yards on 3 catches in week 2. A significant target in their passing attack in 2 of the 4 games this year. He's dealing with, it's not an injury, it's a personal issue. Keep an eye on his status. He didn't practice through the week. I don't know if he practiced today, but considering that it's a personal issue, not an injury for Doubs, I think you just consider that he's going to be active. So it gives him 3 excellent wide receiving options. Jaden Reed is your WR1 in this offense. He was targeted 8 times last week. He caught 7 of those passes for 139 yards and a touchdown. Carried the ball once for just 2 yards. That was his most limited rushing performance. 33 yards and a touchdown on the ground in week 1, 2 carries for 37 yards in week 2, 2 for 19 yards in week 3. Was more limited in the passing game in weeks 2 and 3. Had 100-yard plus games with touchdowns in weeks 1 and 4 against Philly and Minnesota. Dynamic player and a favored target for this quarterback, somebody who's definitely going to be involved. Jordan Love came back off of 2 missed weeks to throw 54 passes, completed 32 of them for 389 yards and 4 TDs. The messy part, he threw 3 interceptions in that game. Probably a little safer against a very limited Los Angeles defense. For a while, it didn't look like Love was going to come through, and then he roared to life and ended up throwing for nearly 400 yards and 4 touchdowns. So very, very significant potential as QB 5.5 on DraftKings, 5.6 on FanDuel, paired with Josh Jacobs in that offense as running back 5.4 and 5.5. That's kind of an interesting option. Jacobs plays in stacks. He was targeted 6 times last week, caught 4 of them for 27 yards, carried the ball 9 times for 51 yards. The output's been very limited from the player so far this season. No touchdowns yet out of Josh Jacobs, either on the ground or through the air. But he was involved heavily in week 2, 32 carries for 151 yards. That has not been replicated in any of these other weeks. Just 16 carries week 1, 14 carries week 2, 9 carries last week. So the volume has dipped quite significantly from what it used to be before coming to Green Bay, but with good reason. And with targeting in the passing attack, at least in 2 of these games, there's believable potential. I think the offensive upside for this team also just feeds the potential for Josh Jacobs' touchdowns to eventually arrive. And he becomes a weapon where he's just punching the ball in once they get in down close if they fail to score through the passing attack. So still like the upside for touchdowns at the absolute worst going forward for Josh Jacobs, despite the lack of output so far. Emmanuel Wilson's gotten some touches on the ground as well. 12 2 weeks ago for 50 yards. Caught 2 of 2 passes for 35 and a touchdown. Just 8 carries for 27 yards. Didn't catch his lone target in the passing game last week. But a little bit of involvement for the backup running back. A mid-board projection. And again, he ranks in the 20s and the back end of the 20s. So at running back, that's not overly appealing. That's not overly playable unless something were to happen to Josh Jacobs. But does come with a little bit of among the guys with 10 or fewer potential touches, likely, he ranks more highly than a lot of those guys do because he's got appreciable skills and some scoring upside. Tucker Kraft, tight end 10 across DraftKings, 13-12 on FanDuel. 6 catches for 53 and a touchdown on 9 targets last week. Continues to be the more frequently targeted of these tight ends versus Luke Musgrave. Musgrave playing fewer snaps, running fewer routes, drawing fewer targets. So I think you continue to lean Tucker Kraft in the head-to-head there. Musgrave not a nothing projection, but that might actually come down and I might give a little bit more in Kraft's direction. Packers not really all that appealing on the defensive side with the expectation of scoring here. So I don't think we're going that direction. We're definitely not going to the Los Angeles D. If Romeo Doubs doesn't get out there, you probably want to keep an eye on Bo Melton. He doesn't rank out great right now. He's only drawn 0.8 targets a game so far. But it was on a 33.3 yard ADOT. That was 3 targets last week. He caught 1 of them for 28 yards. He had not been targeted prior to that. Has not run double-digit routes yet. He drew his 3 targets on 5 routes run last week. Played 11 snaps with the offense. 16 snaps each of the first 2 is in weeks 2 and 3. He's really only got a lane if one of these guys doesn't play. Excuse me, one of these guys. On the Los Angeles side, outside of Kyren, who I already talked about, we do have Stafford, who I mostly covered in his limited ability in the passing game so far. I do still think he's a good quarterback. If he gets traded somewhere else, maybe he becomes interesting again through the season. But we're on the back 9 with Stafford anyway. 2-2 drawing 3.8 targets a game with limited output, 2 catching just under 3 of them, 55 yards a game. He had 62 yards on 6 catches last week, 28 and 22 yards the 2 weeks prior on 3 and 2 catches. Caught 6 of 8 targets last week, if that means anything to you. Demarcus Robinson caught 2 of 3. He ran 25 routes to the 30 routes that Jordan Whittington ran. Oh, excuse me. I was reading Whittington's numbers. The 6 catches, 62 yards, those were Whittington. Tutu was 4 catches on 6 targets for 82 yards last week. Had a 4-catch game for 93 in week 3 on 5 targets. It's the same exact thing applies. Those numbers were not the correct ones, but it's limited volume overall. All 3 of these guys are just okay options. If you're stacking Matthew Stafford, you want one of them as a correlated pass catcher, but I'm probably just going with Stafford +1 if I land on any Los Angeles stacks at all. Kyren Williams is the piece that I want from the Los Angeles side. He's the piece that I would want probably as a bring back running back in stacks of Green Bay. And typically we're not, usually chasing bring back players at the running back position, because if a running back is truly getting tons and tons of opportunity, it does chew clock, but it's by far the most likely scorer and easily the most likely volume guy and most likely yardage guy on this team. I think he plays. It's really I would take a few shares of any of the receivers, but don't really get excited about any of them. Robinson is at least drawing a significant downfield 16.1 yard ADOT on his 4.5 targets a game, 31% of the air yards. Whittington has been the up close operator, just 5.91% of the air yards in his limited targeting so far, 4.2 yard ADOT. Colby Parkinson, the mediocre tight end, drawing just under 5 targets a game, catching 3 of them, 4.7 yard ADOT, 9.74% of the air yards. Only Kyren Williams has been in the end zone through the passing game, and he's a running back, if that is a good example of why this is not a good passing attack. Tyler Johnson, extremely limited on limited depth, limited volume. 1 target last week, didn't catch it. 4 targets week 3, 3 targets week 2, everything up near the line of scrimmage. Mediocre. Green Bay for sure. Fire away. Ranked 5th, 4th by points as a stack. 3rd, 5th by points per dollar. A lot of good values as individuals on that stack. On the LA side, Kyren Williams as an individual for sure. Kyren Williams stacked with Matthew Stafford. Kyren in a Matthew Stafford plus 1 receiver is really, really starting to stretch credulity, but it's there. I wouldn't put too much weight into the Los Angeles side of this one outside of Kyren Williams, who is pretty spectacular. Most likely bonus guy, Kyren Williams. Gotta give it to him. Outside of the quarterbacks, it's probably Kyren. Just more multi-way distribution on the Green Bay side, despite liking all of those guys and wanting to have quite a few shares of every single one of those guys. Kyren probably outpaces them because more of the opportunity goes in his direction than anybody else on this team. Handful of games to go. He was on there, Mamba. I don't know when you asked that question. I probably said it during breaking that down. But Stafford on his own is 16-16 on DraftKings, 18-18 on FanDuel. And we're dealing with a 10-game DraftKings slate, so 20 quarterbacks. Not great. It's the limited scoring of the passing game. It's not that he's not completing passes. It's not that I don't think Matthew Stafford is still a capable quarterback. I absolutely do. It's just a much more limited passing game than it was supposed to be, and pretty ineffectual so far with those more limited options. Another interesting one. These are just up and down, interesting games. 46-point total. Jacksonville favored by 3, essentially just the home field advantage there for Jayville. Likely getting Evan Engram back, which is good news for this offense. He ranks 5 by points and 1st at the tight end position by points per dollar on DraftKings. 7-6. I'm a little bit more comfy with where he lands on FanDuel. He's only 4,600 at the tight end position on DK, which is where the points per dollar is coming from. Had his best season last year. Got to give him that much. I'm not the biggest Evan Engram fan in the world, although I did draft him in a bunch of leagues this year late because he was just sitting there, and he did draw significant targeting last year in his so many injuries on this team. Where is he? In his week 1 game, he caught just 1 of 4 targets for 5 yards. That's all we've seen from him this season. 3 DNPs in a row. We're also dealing with a Q tag on Gabe Davis. He was limited through the week, but he did practice Wednesday and Thursday. Would expect him out there. Travis Etienne is questionable. He's dealing with a shoulder. He was also a limited participant in practice. Tanks Bigsby is limited. He's also dealing with a shoulder. Everybody's got hurt shoulders. But he's also practicing in a limited sense. My instinct is all these guys play, and it's not an injury consideration at all here. But keep an eye on those players at the least. Trevor Lawrence came back to life a little bit in a better performance in week 4 against Houston. He completed 18 of 33, 2 touchdown passes, just threw for 169 yards. He's only been over even 200 yards once and didn't crack even 250 in that game. That was in week 2 against Cleveland, 14 of 30 for 220 and no touchdown, no interception. It's been really limited output from Trevor Lawrence so far this year. I'm kind of concerned. I was expecting the step forward last year. I was expecting the step forward this year. So far, he's completed 53% of his passes. Ouch. 4 touchdowns against 1 interception, 6 yards per pass attempt, despite a 10.1 yard intended air yards per attempt. It's been a mess. The intended air yards obviously includes those plays where he throws the ball 11 feet over somebody's head and 12 yards further down the field than they are. Lawrence, not much of a rusher at the quarterback position. He's got good weapons to work with, though. Brian Thomas has been very good. 6.5 targets a game so far, 12.5 yard ADOT, drawing nearly 27% of the air yards. He's scored twice in the passing game. Etienne draws a reasonable amount of targets. He gets out a little bit ahead of the line of scrimmage with a 1.9 yard ADOT, but more limited, around the line of scrimmage out of the backfield, kind of an operator in the passing attack. But a significant just under 4 targets a game, catches 2.5 of them a game, 3.2 yards per target. Hasn't scored through the air, but has scored twice on the ground. Carries the ball just under 12 times a game, but gains 4.6 yards per rush attempt. So he's involved and he's a talented player. It's just he's not a 20 potential touch per game. He's more in the 15, 17 touch per game range when it comes to potential touches, and then the actual depends on how many passes he catches. But he is explosive. He does have upside. It's not a leg injury. It's a shoulder injury, or ouchie. So presumably we're dealing with a fully unleashed and regular version of Travis Etienne. He's always going to be at least playable. Christian Kirk, another good receiver, drawing 7.3 targets a game to lead the team, 13.2 yard average depth of target. So again, they are slinging the ball down the field to their 2 primary weapons. 31.89% of the air yards going in Kirk's direction. He's got 1 touchdown on the season. Kirk last week caught 7 of 12 targets. He's been targeted 22 times over the last 2 games. 8 catches for 79 in week 3, 7 catches, 61, and a touchdown in week 4. That's after 2 one-catch games in weeks 1 and 2, 4 targets and 3 targets. So significant route runner, tons of volume over the last 2 as they try and get him engaged in the season and develop the connection with Trevor Lawrence again. So I don't mind Lawrence +2 with Thomas Jr. and Kirk, or Thomas Jr. and Etienne Jr., Etienne and Kirk. Any one of those 3 guys, and Evan Engram is probably in play if Engram suits up. Davis is in play as a reasonable option as well. 12.4 yard ADOT on him. He hasn't gotten in the end zone. He hasn't been throwing too many reliable balls. 2.3 catches a game on 5.3 targets a game. 5.8 yards per target so far this season. Biggest week was week 1, 3 catches for 62 on 3 targets. Caught 3 of 7 for just 43 yards in week 2 and has diminished since then. But seems like he's going to play despite being limited in practice. Easy enough to reach as a cheap third banana in that offense, and we'll see his looks down the field. We'll draw a few targets and get some opportunities to score. But among our, we're looking for 40s at the outside here. So he ranks as just a loosely playable dart kind of a wide receiver option. Much better rankings on these guys. Everybody is basically like a second wide receiver, though. Right, with 18, 11, 16, 13 by points. Or excuse me, that's Etienne. 18, 24, and 16, 27 among the top 2 wide receivers. They're basically your second wide receiver, but you can stack with Lawrence, a very good, CeeDee Lamb, top of my head type wide receiver. One of these guys is your second best wide receiver, and then you can get to depth from this team if you extend the stack, or you can go to other options, obviously. So I do think they're stackable. They rank 11-14 by points, but 13-9 by points per dollar. And then on the other side, Indy giving us a little bit of points per dollar value despite ranking 13th on both sides by points, 8th and 6th by points per dollar, which is kind of interesting. Really dynamic quarterback with Anthony Richardson. You have a lot of bad mixed in with a lot of good. The good for fantasy scoring, a 12.7 intended air yards per attempt, completing 8.5 yards per pass attempt. Lots of deep shots with good deep down the field weapons in this offense. So I love that. It's just a matter of how many times you're able to actually connect on those passes. Anthony Richardson has completed just 51% of his just 19.25 attempts per game. So again, we're looking for 65, 70%. We're looking for 32 to 35 pass attempts, not sub 20. But there's no denying the kid is an interesting player for fantasy. When he uncorks those deep passes, it's something to see. It's just, do they get caught on the other side? He was also dealing with injuries. Last week he only threw 4 passes, and then we yielded to Joe Flacco. Questionable decision-making by the coaching staff. He came out with an injury, sat out a play while they looked at him, came back in, and they called a second consecutive rushing play for him, and he just ran directly into a defender again and then came back out of the game. Weird. Don't know if that impacts the rushing opportunities for him in this one or going forward. 6 carries week 1, 4 carries week 2, 8 carries in week 3, and then down to just the 3 carries, but obviously, again, came out of the game. 1 rushing touchdown on the season. Overall, he's gained 6.7 yards per attempt, though, which is pretty significant rushing ability. It's a week where they're going to be limited to Trey Sermon in the backfield. No Jonathan Taylor this week. Extremely, extremely limiting for this offense. Sermon's carried the ball 2.3 times a game, gaining 2.7 yards per rush attempt so far this season. He did score in week 3, 2 carries for 16 yards and a touchdown. But this is going to be a limited rushing attack, which just to me feeds the idea that Richardson will handle a lot of the running on his own. And then he's going to be firing the ball down the field to Pittman, Downs, Pierce, even Mitchell and Doolin probably get involved a little bit. Trey Sermon, in terms of his actual talent, carried the ball 35 times for 160 yards last year, 4.6 yards per attempt. 41 times in San Francisco in 2021, 167 yards and a touchdown, 4.1 yards per attempt. We're not talking about a significant running back. We're not talking about a guy with a lot of NFL carries in his 4-year career. Couple of catches each year, limited action. Once upon a time, 3rd-round pick out of Ohio State, 88th overall, back in 2021. Last season, Sermon got into a late season game. Carried the ball week 15. Carried the ball 17 times, gained 88 yards in his best performance ever. And by far the most significant opportunity he's had on the field. Do with that information what you will. He is 6 foot 215, so he's a big-bodied running back. I don't love the upside and the opportunity for the rushing game on Indy's side of things. I think I'm just focused on the passing game. Sermon does land, though, 12-10 by points and points per dollar and 12-4 on the FanDuel slate. So that's going to get you interested again. 5,900 is a cheap running back on FanDuel. So on a points per dollar sense, Sermon's probably going to gain some popularity. Let me actually look. He's sub 10% on DraftKings for your 57, which makes sense. It was more of a FanDuel points per dollar opportunity. On the FanDuel slate, among running backs, he is not problematic at all. Single digits, mid-single digits. There are 10 running backs ahead of him by popularity. The Jacksonville's defense, 3.9 yards per rush attempt is limiting, 6th overall. But they have allowed 1.3 rushing touchdowns per game. That ranks 20th. Gives a little bit of upside to the idea of, especially in conjunction with the deep passes. You fire the ball down the field. Alec Pierce catches it at the 2, but fails to get it in the end zone. Trey Sermon time. So against a team that has allowed some rushing touchdowns to be punched in, there's more appeal there, I guess. Jacksonville's defense against the pass, though, is allowing 8 yards per pass attempt. That's 30th in football. They've yet to come away with an interception, and their 4.7% sack rate ranks 28th. So you can see where the idea of some upside for this Indy passing game comes from. Richardson, 9 across sites by points, 6 and 5 by points per dollar. Definitely interesting at the quarterback spot. I need more passing volume. At least he pads it a little bit with his legs. But he's got significant receivers, so there's upside there. Pittman on the season, drawing 7.3 targets a game on an 11.1 yard ADOT, which among first read primary receivers is pretty significant. Last week he caught 6 of 9 for 113 yards. He's just failed to get in the end zone yet. It's been a little bit underwhelming in the touchdown department, but so is everybody in this passing attack. They really only scored on 3 deep balls. Alec Pierce has 2 of those, 24.9 yard ADOT. And then Josh Downs has a touchdown, just a 5.3 yard ADOT, more of an underneath operator. 7 targets a game for Downs, catching 5.5 of them per game. He didn't play the first 2 weeks. Came out week 3, mostly limited, drew 5 targets on just 24 routes run, caught 3 of them for 22 yards, and then stepped forward last week, 36 routes run, drew 9 targets, caught 8 of them for 82 yards and a touchdown. He was their number 2 receiver all of last year. I like him to have some life in a week-to-week sense this year. Pierce becomes more of just the downfield shot in that environment, and then it's more limiting for Adonai Mitchell further down the board. Mitchell drew a couple targets earlier in the season with Downs out. 21.2 yard ADOT was pretty significant, 3.3 targets per game. Last week, he was targeted 3 times, didn't catch any of them. Played just 11 snaps, ran 9 routes, though. So you're talking about extremely limited opportunity for Adonai down the board. It's really about these 3. But those are 3 pretty decent passing game weapons. They rank 14th, 31st, and 47th, which are all playable marks at a variety of prices on DK. 22nd, 33rd, and 47th on FanDuel by raw points. And the points per dollar marks for each player are a little bit, for the top 2 are a little bit better. For Pierce, actually, the points per dollar slip behind. He's priced up a little bit for the big play opportunity, but I think he's worth it for that big play opportunity. A significant downfield target who plays a lot of snaps for this team. He's played 85% of the snaps on average. Pierce was targeted just twice each of the last 2 weeks. Last week he caught 1 for just 9 yards. The week before he caught 1, but it was for 44 yards. Each of the first 2 weeks he had touchdowns on big plays. But Pittman's your real, primary focus. What I don't like about this passing game is the 3-headed tight end situation. Kylan Granson untargeted over 10 routes on 19 snaps last week. Mo Alley Cox untargeted on 11 routes over 30 snaps last week. Drew Ogletree, 1 target on 5 routes over 24 snaps. This is just a straight 3-way split between these guys, and nobody's really getting targeted. There's going to be frustrating weeks where they fall into the end zone with touchdowns, but that's really all we're going to be looking at. There's no real concrete option. There's no real predictability at the tight end position, despite having 3 guys who play a significant snap share. Ashton Doolin further limited down the depth chart too. He also drew a downfield target and has a touchdown on the board this season. That came in week 1. He caught a 54-yard pass for a touchdown. Since then, he's been targeted 3 times. He has 1 catch for 13 yards. I talked about the Jacksonville weapons, but just real quick, Thomas had 6 catches on 9 targets last week, 86 and a touchdown. I talked about Etienne's involvement. He scored each of the first 2 weeks, had more rushing attempts each of those 2 weeks, but it was 12 and 13, dipped to 11 each of the last 2. Hasn't scored through the air yet, but a lot of targets. If Engram doesn't play, Brenton Strange probably going to be out there again. 5 targets 2 weeks ago, 3 targets last week. Caught 3 for 19 yards last week, 2 for 12 yards, but scored a touchdown in week 3. And then caught 3 passes on 6 targets for 65 yards in week 2. Interesting enough as a cheap backup tight end if Engram doesn't play. Less so on FanDuel where he's 51, more so on DraftKings at 32 if his projection goes up. But just keep an eye on Engram's status to inform that decision. Nobody else down board is interesting here. As far as the defenses go, no real love. Both ranked in the double digits. Outside of just cheap darts, there's really no appeal for the defenses. If I was going to choose one, I would probably take Jacksonville, as limited as they might be, and hope for the best against a mistake-prone kind of rough around the edges quarterback. But I really don't want to have to do that, so that's probably not a good option. Most likely bonus guy. This is a challenging one. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of options, and Pittman and Kirk are drawing the exact same number of targets per game. I'm going to give it to Christian Kirk. little bit more reliability in the passing game on that side, I think. Significant targeting over the last 2 weeks. Christian Kirk, your most likely bonus guy. Just 3 to go. 2 of the worst games on the slate, and then we round things off with one terrible team and one good team. If you need a preview of the next 3 games because you have to get out of here, you got to take a leak like I do, Seattle is the only appealing thing, really, and then maybe some one-off plays from Vegas. The Giants, extremely limited. Everything in the Miami-New England game is ugly. Most of the Denver and Las Vegas game is ugly. You're welcome. Stick around, though. Hit the like button if you get a chance. We are going to hopefully take a look at some Ace Mine Sims in the background. Both Sims did complete, so we are good to go. They were run without lineups built, so it's just going to be a matter of whatever the process threw together. But at least it might give us a little bit of an idea, a little inkling of who might be overperforming public shares. One of those guys just eyeballing it probably is going to be Geno Smith. So stick around to hear about Seattle. So to do with the ugly one here. 36-point total between Denver and Las Vegas. Denver favored by 2.5 in a game at altitude. The best part of this game, in my opinion, is probably that. Or, you throw Brock Bowers into that mix. So like that 3-man group. And that's really the only thing that I would want to get to here. And even that, pretty limited. Vegas throws the ball at a significant clip. That's what I like about going to this passing offense. 63.95% of their plays are passes. 36% of them are rushes. The pass volume ranks 4th. The rush volume ranks 29th, to put it in perspective. They've scored just 19.5 points a game, though, while giving up 24.3. That will presumably flip against Denver. Denver not exactly a great scoring team. They've only scored 15.5 points a game, but their defense has actually been pretty good. They're allowing just 13.8 points per game. That ranks 3rd in football so far. Does it hold up over the long term? Maybe, maybe not. This defense was decent down the stretch last year. Outside of those monster games, this was the defense that gave up the monster Justin Fields game and the defense that gave up the dual running back game to Miami last year. But this year, very good at limiting points. 4.1 yards per rush attempt allowed ranks 9th. 5.6 yards per pass attempt allowed ranks 3rd. So Denver's defense has actually been good. Home game too, Vegas playing at altitude. There is a factor there somewhere. It's nothing we can quantify. It's nothing I even like bringing up all that often. But as a last piece of straw to throw on the camel's back, maybe that works a little bit for us. So it's a limited appeal spot for Vegas. It really is. Minshew just lands 19-19 at quarterback by points and value on DK, 21-21 on FanDuel, despite all that passing volume. Jacoby Myers, my favorite receiver in this game, and Brock Bowers, my favorite tight end in this game. Bowers plays very well across the entire slate. Tight end 4-4 on DraftKings, tight end 2-4 on FanDuel. So definitely some significant upside there for the very, very talented rookie. Myers, 19-10, 18-7 across sites, definitely playable. Even Trey Tucker, 35th by points, but 11th by points per dollar on DraftKings is appealing. 4,100. 35th, 33rd on FanDuel, playable, but also skippable against what has been a good pass defense. It's just when they rate like they do and when they've been performing like they have against what is a good defense, or at least has been playing like one, I don't love getting here. Last week against Cleveland, Minshew completed just 14 of 24 for 130 yards. Week before that, just 18 of 28 for 214 and a touchdown, but an interception as well in the game that really let us down. That was against Carolina. Against Baltimore, 30 of 38 for 276 with a touchdown and an interception. There's a lot of the volume came in those first 2 games. He's been under 30 pass attempts over the last 2, so that also, potentially less volume than we might be expecting based on the season-long numbers. But the connections with Myers and Bowers are real. Bowers was relegated to just 3 targets last week. He caught 2 of them for 19 yards. He also carried the ball once for 12 yards. Pretty dynamic tight end. 3 catches, 41 yards in week 3, 9 catches for 98 yards, a season high so far. Jacoby got in the end zone in week 3. He caught 7 for 62 on 9 targets. I almost said 41 targets. That was his route run total. 41 targets. Only Malik Neighbors gets that. But with Devontae presumably about to depart this team forever. Jacoby Myers is the number one receiver with Gardner Minshew right now. He does have good ability to get in the end zone. Fairly reliable hands. I do like Jacoby Myers in a vacuum. I do think he's playable on those points per dollar numbers, even in non-stack lineups. He might actually be better for non-stack lineups than it is to build Vegas stacks. The stack ranks 19, but 14 by points per dollar on DraftKings, 21.20 across FanDuel. On top of the stopping the run numbers that I called out before by Denver, they also have a 30.3% pressure rate on the season. And they come away with 16 sacks. Their 11.6% sack rate ranks first in football. Just 1.67% interceptions so far, 17th. Not overly intimidating once the ball's in the air, maybe. But getting the ball in the air has been a challenge against this team. Putting numbers on things. Jacoby, 6.8 targets a game, 6 going in the direction of Brock Bowers, and then 5 a game going in the direction of Trey Tucker. He's caught 4 of them, putting up solid numbers, 8.6 yards per target versus the 9 that Bowers has provided. Better yards per target numbers than Jacoby's put up so far, 7.4 for him. He's operating an 8.4 yard ADOT, similar 8 yard ADOT for Trey Tucker. Nobody's really a massive downfield threat. Just kind of hiking their way down the field, spreading out some of the air yards. Touchdown apiece across those guys. The tight end hasn't gotten one yet, but he's very, very involved. And again, he's putting up 54 yards a game and the highest yards per target among those 3 players. But it's easily 1, 2, 3 in that order. Zamir White challenged for upside, 3.1 yards per attempt so far this season, 12.3 attempts per game, just 1.5 yards before and after contact. Limited targeting, under 2 targets a game in the offense, just gaining 2.3 yards per target. No touchdowns on the season in either facet of the game. Alexander Mattison had the interesting week 1 and then has kind of gone quiet since. Madison, where are you? There he is. 5 carries. Did have one, had a 60-yard game last week on just 5 carries. Shows the explosiveness. In week 1, he had 5 carries for 19 yards, but he also caught 4 of 6 for 43 and a touchdown. He had an interesting receiving game in week 3, caught 3 of 3 for 37, but didn't score. Scored on the ground, though, 3 carries for 7 yards, but a touchdown in week 3. Had a touchdown on the ground in week 2 also, but just carried the ball 4 times. So you're getting odd touchdown output out of Alexander Mattison, but there's really no volume. It is entirely a dart throw. And he's 52-58. It's not like he's coming in as a $3,500 running back. 29, 31, 32 if the rankings mean anything to you. DJ, not really on the board ranks wise. Amir Abdullah, there's no real downboard appeal there. Vegas defense, maybe worth considering against a pretty limited Denver team. Overall for the season, Vegas's defense, limited as far as scoring goes. 25th ranked sack rate, 19th ranked interception rate. They've allowed 24.3 points per game, but they're going up against an opponent that is scoring just 15.5 points per game. So at least on the idea that they're probably not due to get scored on that much, and then whatever they do point creation wise, you'll actually get, some of. It's okay. I'm always willing to attack this Denver team with the defense. And Denver's defense ranks out well, too, by the way. 5'9" for Vegas's defense across DraftKings, 6'10" on FanDuel. Puts them in playable range. Denver's defense, 4'4", 5'6". They cost just $2,900 on DraftKings. That's an absolute bargain. I'm actually surprised that doesn't rate out even better. If they had like a half a point, because there's so many defenses that just land right in this kind of territory, at like a half a point more of a projection, they'd rank probably at the top of the board. Yeah, like New England's defense is also $2,900 on DraftKings against Miami, which has been a pathetic offense so far this year. That difference, though, is created in the rankings. They'll outrank Denver slightly. It's created by 2/100ths of a fantasy point in New England's favor. And I might actually just go in and give Denver a slight amount more than that to put them over the top, because that is the much better of those two defenses. And it's a better opponent. As bad as Miami's quarterback play might be, then we'll talk about that in the next game, you cannot deny that Miami has better skill players than Vegas does. So I'd rather use Denver to attack Vegas, I think, for the same price. $2,400 Carolina rated out fairly strongly against Chicago, but it's at a lower raw projection. $2,600 Houston against a high-scoring, good Buffalo team I don't really want to tangle with. Same thing with the Buffalo defense on their side of that game. Jacksonville I mentioned as an interesting points per dollar option on DK, but they're even further down the board. They're projected by more than a point lower in raw projection. So definitely an interesting defense for Denver, and Vegas is kind of there as well. In terms of the Denver offense, Bo Nix at the helm has not been all that good so far. He did complete his first touchdown pass, so congrats, obviously due. Took him 4 games to get there, but he got there. He had run in 2 touchdowns prior to that, one in week 1, one in week 3. 9 carries for 47 yards and a touchdown in week 3 was his most significant rushing contribution. He also completed 25 of 36 for 69.4%, 216 yards that week. No touchdowns, no interceptions, by far his best game. But came back off of the heels of that one, completed just 12 of 25, 48%, 60 yards, 2.4 per pass attempt, 1 touchdown pass. That was against the Jets. Jets defense has been pretty stout, but that is not a good game. No matter how you slice it, no matter who's on the other side of the field, you need a better game out of your quarterback than that. That is bad. Feeds the upside for the Vegas defense for sure, limits the offensive options from the Denver side. Cortland Sutton was the beneficiary of the touchdown. Caught 3 of 9 targets. That speaks to the quality of the throws, not the quality of the receiver. In week 3, he caught 7 of 11. That was probably their best combination week. 68 yards that week, 60 yards last week with the touchdown on the board. 11 targets in week 3. By far their highest volume, one of the highest volume on targets receivers in the entire league. But when those targets are poorly thrown, you can only do so much with them. On his volume, Sutton's always going to look at least okay. He ranks as wide receiver 11-4 on DraftKings, 11-1 on FanDuel. There is points per dollar upside there. It's probably pretty touchdown dependent with a really limited passer. He is mostly only a standalone receiver. I really don't like the looks of the Denver stack. 18-12 on DraftKings, even with some points per dollar on it. 20-15 on FanDuel. Going up against the defense that's garnering a 19% pressure rate. They've come away with just 8 sacks, two interceptions. They're not a great defense, but against this quarterback, you don't have to be. And against the running game, there's really not that much appeal there. There's not that much danger there. Javonte carried the ball 16 times for 77 yards last week. Has yet to get over 100 yards on the season. Has yet to crack 18 opportunities. Jaleel McLaughlin bites a little bit of that. He carried the ball 9 times for 46 last week. He's seen limited targeting in the offense, but a couple of pretty bad running backs right now. .2 yards per attempt for each guy, if we need an example of why they're bad running backs. 1 rushing touchdown on the season between the 2 guys over 4 games. Neither guy gaining more than 1.5 yards before or after contact per attempt. And again, limited targeting in the pass game. Josh Reynolds drawing 4.3 targets a game on an 11.9 yard ADOT, at least a little bit interesting for some downfield looks. That has amounted to a season high 4 catches for 93 yards in week 2 on 5 targets. He was targeted 8 times in week 1, caught 5 for 45 yards. Has been in a bit of a tailspin, just 2 targets a week over the last 2. 2 for 36 in week 3, 0 catches in week 4. Little Jordan Humphrey, little involvement. Caught 6 of 8 in week 3 for 37 yards, 4 of 5 in week 2 for 50 yards, blanked in weeks 1 and week 4 on 1 target each week. Very, very limited, very, very thin option there. Even more limited with Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims. Franklin's run 8, 12, and 8 routes over the last 3 weeks, drawn 1, 5, and 4 targets respectively. Caught 0, then 2, then 2, and has 11 yards on 2 catches in week 3, negative 2 yards in week 4, so he's got 9 yards for his 4 catches. Mims targeted no times last week, 1 time the week before, 2 times the week before that, 1 time the week before that. Has 2 catches for 19 yards all season. Just out there running a couple sprints a day. Not much upside in the downboard passing game. The tight end position, Greg Dulcich, your primary weapon. 1 target last week, didn't catch it. No targets, didn't catch any of the no targets the week before against Tampa Bay. 8 targets, caught 3 of them for 16 yards in week 2. That was his best game of the season. Troutman, really just out there running routes. 16 routes run in week 3, caught 1 ball for 13 yards. Just 5 routes run, single-digit route running in the first few weeks. Limited mid-20 snap counts for Troutman. So it's really, yes, to very limited exposure to Vegas stacks. Very, very limited. I'm talking like 5 across 150 at the absolute most. More shares of Myers and Bowers as individual standalone skill players. A couple shares of Cortland Sutton on his own is fine in other lineups. And then shares of the defenses on both sides, with Denver's being the more appealing, I think are on the board. Offensively, probably, just looking purely at the rankings, it's Brock Bowers is the most appealing piece on the offensive side. Most likely bonus guy. It's probably on volume. It's probably Cortland Sutton. But on the actual quality of that volume, I don't really want to give it to him. But really nobody from the Vegas side. No bonus. I'm calling it. No bonus in a 36-point game. Most likely guy probably is Cortland Sutton, though. And we go from ugly game to ugly game. 36-point total in this one. New England favored by a point at home, which is really taking the home field advantage away and just calling it even, essentially, when you do that. Miami's been just really bad. Tua Tagovailoa fan or not, you got to admit there was a significant impact in losing him. This team now is scoring 11.3 points per game to rank 32nd in football after significant expectations of being one of the highest scoring offenses in the league. They've gained 3.7 yards per rush attempt, which ranks 28th, 6.5 yards per pass attempt, which ranks 23rd. They're going up against a New England defense that rates out very well, given the matchup against a very bad offense. But New England's defense, they're good at stopping the rush. 4.0 yards per rush attempt is 7th. 7.9 yards per pass attempt ranks 28th, and they have a limited 6.25% sack rate and a 0.74% interception rate to rank 24th and 28th, respectively. So there's really not much quality in the New England defense. It's just the limitation of the Vegas side of things and the Miami quarterbacking situation. That's why I say when I was looking at those ranks in the other sheet a minute ago for the defenses, I think I'm going to nudge the Denver defense a little bit so that they end up outpacing New England's defense, because New England ranks 3-3. They're going to drop to 4, and I'm going to let Denver creep ahead of them, I think, because I think that's the better opportunity, because even with Tyler Huntley at the helm, receivers like Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle can find a lane. Tyler Huntley can hit them with the ball, and you really only need that to happen a couple of times. Granted, it did not happen with any kind of success last week. Huntley completed 14 of 22 for 96 yards. No touchdowns, no picks. Tyreek had 4 catches for 23 yards. Jalen Waddle had 4 catches for 36 yards. It's extremely, extremely limited opportunities. But considering the skill level of all of A-Chain, Hill, Waddle, Mostert if he's out there, to a lesser extent Jonnu Smith, it's just a more threatening, by the way, maybe Odell Beckham too. It's a more threatening offense. There's just nobody at the wheel right now. Can we get Matthew Stafford to Miami, please? Isn't that the most logical trade in the entire history of the NFL? I don't know what they'd have to give up, but it's probably not that much. It's a different offense with a halfway decent quarterback. Huntley ran the ball 8 times. He gained 40 yards. He did punch one in on the ground. A-Chain had that was last week. That was the only game he's played. I just realized I was reading the wrong stats board, though. 8 carries for 40 yards and a touchdown. Obviously, that's 5 per attempt. He does have that skill set. That keeps him somewhat interesting. So if you combine the idea that that is interesting as an attribute just about what the player is capable of doing on the field, and then you factor in the who is he throwing the ball to portion of it, you could see the path to an okay game for Tyler Huntley at very cheap pricing. It's just really difficult to endorse when he ranks 16, 20, and 18, 22 and is a very limited quarterback who just showed us that he's not actually worth that faith. So I really don't, not that anything about last week is necessarily predictive this week, but I really have trouble getting to stacks. I do think you could maybe get to some underappreciated shares of Hill and Waddle. I do think the running game is in play. Despite New England's ability to stuff the run a little bit, Devon A-Chain's got that explosive upside. He ranks 8-12 on both sides, points and points per dollar. Probably a little bit expensive for the situation. But if Mostert doesn't go and he just gets all the volume again, I think you do go there. And you would see him increase a little bit in projection, a little bit in quality there. Mostert dealing with a chest injury. Did practice on Thursday. McDaniel was saying basically it depends on what he looks like on Friday. But they were happy with how he looked early. So we'll see. Mostert played in week 1. Carried the ball just 6 times for 9 yards, but obviously we know there's an explosive runner there. In terms of the targeting, Tyreek, 7.5 targets a game. Jalen Waddle, 5 targets a game. 12.9 yard ADOT for Tyreek. 7.5 yard ADOT for Jalen Waddle. I don't have what last week's depth of targeting looked like, but I would venture to guess that it came down fairly significantly for both players, and they're just limited by the quality of the quarterback. It's going to be a scenario where these guys are going to have to make plays to become relevant. But the good news is both of these guys are more than capable of breaking one for a big play. Jonnu, 3.3 targets a game, just putting up 6 yards per target on a 4-yard ADOT. That's okay, but not a ton of volume going in his direction. Probably a touchdown-dependent tight end. Last week just drew 1 target playing with Huntley. The week before, 3 targets, caught 2 of them for 18 yards. 6 of 7 in week 2 for 53 yards was his best game of the year. But with the limited quarterback at the helm, there's really not a ton of appeal in Jonnu. And that continues on down the depth chart when you get to your Malik Washingtons. If he takes the field, Odell Beckham presumably steps up to be like the number 3 wide receiver here. But it's been a minute really since we've seen much from Odell. Last time Odell was at all relevant was 2019. That's 5 years ago at this point. Played 16 games with Cleveland. Gained 1,000 yards, scored 4 touchdowns. Even that, though, kind of limited output. The last time Odell had more than 10 touchdowns was 2016. He only actually did it 3 times in his career. 14, 15, 16 right out of the gate. Diminished by injuries, diminished by being a head case over the years. Came back last year, and some of you are probably saying, hey, dummy, you played 14 games with Baltimore last year. He did. He caught 35 passes for 565 yards, and he scored 3 touchdowns. 8.8 yards per target. He was targeted 64 times. That's not good. That makes you an extremely, extremely limited DFS play if you're getting that volume. And that was last year with a different team as a 30-year-old. I was about to say without Tyler Huntley throwing him the ball, that actually might not be true. He actually might have caught some passes from Tyler Huntley. Let's see. Did they connect? This is a stupid thing. Stupid waste of time thing to look up. Name of the game around here if you've never been here before, especially toward the end of a show. Got to keep myself talking. Oh, wait. They're both going to be on Miami. Dummy. Let's see. Huntley's game where he threw a touchdown. He threw one in week 17, one in week 18, and one in week 9. But the only game he actually played was week 18. Odell didn't play week 18. He didn't score in week 17. He did score in week 9. Huntley threw a touchdown pass in week 9. He was in there for 7 pass attempts, 19 snaps in week 9 last year. 5 of 7 for 38 yards and a touchdown. I don't know if that's the touchdown that went to Odell, but Odell did score. He caught 5 balls for 56 yards and a TD that week. Got over 100 yards once last season. He caught 4 balls in week 11 for 116 yards. Came close, 97 yards in week 14 with a touchdown on the board. Outside of those 2 games, he was not over 56 yards all season. Did not have more than 5 catches in a game all season. So yeah, he did play a full season last year or thereabouts. Was he actually any good? So if he's out there, I think it's only as a limited option. Yeah, he could absolutely score a touchdown. He could fall into the end zone. But in his first game back with a limited quarterback, there's just so much stacked against him if he even takes the field that you're extremely limited. Same thing with Braxton Berrios, gadget player. I do like those players who have previous kick and punt return skills, that skill set for a player, but the volume is so thin that your lane to success is just limited. 1 target a game for him, 1 target a game so far for Malik Washington. So there's really just not all that much downboard appeal. Jeff Wilson Jr. presumably steps in for a couple of carries if he's healthy and if Mostert doesn't play. Jalen Wright, same thing. Jalen Wright probably gets the ball first between those two. Wright carried the ball 9 times for 32 yards last week, was targeted once, did not catch it. Just 2 carries, 17, 5 carries, 4 yards in weeks 2 and 3. On the Patriots side, as somebody mentioned earlier in the show, several hours ago when some of you might have been here, Antonio Gibson getting a little bit of buzz as far as might be the starting running back, might be the more featured running back this week. Give him a little bit of meat on the bone projection-wise. Still leaning a little bit more toward Ramondre. But Ramondre's been pretty limited so far this year. Had a good week 1, 25 carries for 120 and a touchdown. Decent week 2, 21 for 81 and a touchdown. Fell apart week 3, just 6 carries against the Jets for 23 yards, went untargeted. He's usually a frequent target in the offense. Bounced back last week against San Fran, 13 carries, 43 yards, 4 of 5 in the receiving game for 19 yards. But that's not a good game overall. Talking about 62 yards from scrimmage on 17 touches. Didn't get in the end zone for the second week in a row. Not that Gibson was all that much better. He did catch 3 of 4 through the air for 67 yards. That was his season high in the passing game, and that's what he's typically good at. Carried the ball 6 times for 12 yards, had 5 carries for 29 in week 2. Carried the ball 11 times for 96 yards in a surprising week 2 performance against Seattle, but only caught 1 of 1 for 7 yards that week. Either way you go, and especially if they're getting buzzier about Gibson getting more opportunity, I think it just makes the rushing game less appealing the more that Gibson touches the ball because it takes away from Ramondre, who's the actually talented one. And Gibson's just not great on the ground, despite that 1 decent rushing game. Not a lot of appeal there, and not a lot of appeal in the passing game with Jacoby Brissett throwing the ball. Brissett has season high 168 yards last week on 19 of 32 passing. That was also a season high for pass attempts against San Fran. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. The week before, just 12 of 18 for 98 yards. 149 with a touchdown in week 2, 121 no score in week 1. There's really no appeal in the New England offense. I don't think I need to tell anybody that. Not exactly making headlines. Miami's defense, 11th ranked 4.2 yards per rush attempt, 21st ranked 7.4 yards per pass, 6.8% sack rate is 19th. They do have an 8th ranked 3.16% interception rate in the small sample. Very, very small sample, obviously. They're getting to the quarterback, or pressuring the quarterback anyway, at a 21% clip, which is a more aggressive pass rush than just the 15.7% pressure rate that New England brings to bear. But it's resulted in 7 sacks for Miami, 9 sacks so far for New England. But that's potentially good news, though, for the Tyler Huntley stackers of the world. The fact that New England's really not generated that much pressure on the quarterback, maybe a little bit of time to throw the ball, could help. Or he just still panics and takes off and tries to run with it. Receiving core for this team for New England is extremely limited. Really just like nothing all that worth talking about. Jalen Polk, their top-rated receiver with 39 by points, 43 by points on FanDuel, 17th ranked by points per dollar because he's only 3,700, but that's for a reason. 3.3 targets a game. He's got a touchdown through the air and 11.7 yard ADOT. Good for him. Caught 3 balls for 30 yards last week on 7 targets, 2 of 2 for 13 yards the week before, 2 of 3 for 12 yards, and his lone touchdown the week before that. I think you'll notice a pattern of limited opportunities and limited output if you go through that. He is their most significant receiving option so far this year, which is just sad. Hunter Henry has 5 targets a game. He's caught 3.5 of them for 7 yards per target on the season. 19.75% of the air yards. Hasn't been in the end zone yet, but he's their only player with a 100-yard receiving game so far this year. Had 8 catches for 109 yards in week 2. Demario Douglas peaked at 7 catches on 9 targets for 69 yards. Has also not been in the end zone this season. KJ Osborne had 3 catches for 21 yards in week 1, and then has seen 1 catch in weeks 2 and 4 and 0 catches in week 3, and has not cracked double digits in receiving yards. And he's also hurt with a shoulder injury. Missed practice through the week. Don't know if he practiced today yet. Kendrick Bourne is coming back from a knee injury. Limited in practice through the week, but potentially playing. Would probably push KJ Osborne out of whatever's remaining of that job, and it would just be a very limited receiving core of him, Demario Douglas, and Jalen Polk. But not a one of those guys is good. Not a one of those guys has been good this season. Down the board from that, Tyquan Thornton has gotten like 1 or 2 looks here and there. 3 targets week 1. He caught 2 for 27 yards, and just 2 targets since, 1 each of the last 2 weeks. Ran 11 routes on 14 snaps in week 3. Ran 5 routes on 13 snaps last week. JaMychal Hasty, a non-factor at the running back position. Keyshawn Boutte caught 1 target for 11 yards last week on 10 routes. Ran 12 routes the week before that. Caught 1 target for 2 yards. This is a bad team. This is a bad team. This is a worse team as far as offense goes. Even with Tyler Huntley throwing the ball. Most likely bonus guy, Tyreek Hill. Tyreek's going to break a big play in this game. Even if it's a limited scoring game, even if it's a bad game, Tyreek's just going to get pissed and nuke 1 play. The correct answer is probably A-Chain, but that was too easy. Last game up for anybody who's hardcore and sticking with us. Handful of people. Long slate. Yes, it is Bridgeline. I just tend to talk at length about these things, but these shows always go long, especially when I don't do the midweek shortening show. Mama says Stafford, the best QB on Sunday, guaranteed. 30-plus DK points. Not well, as we talked about as far as his ranking. That's a pretty meaty Stafford share. I missed that before when I saw that comment. Yeah, I like the comp that Mamba made about Neighbors' volume though. 75% of the passes like taking Jokic off the floor. That's exactly right. So since we're on that game, Wan'Dale Robinson questionable to play. Wan'Dale's dealing with a heel injury. Was practicing, but in a limited sense. One would expect that if he's out there practicing, though, and has practiced a couple times during the week, he's probably going to play, especially because they probably need him with Neighbors out. He drew significant target share over the last 2 weeks. 8 targets alongside Neighbors in week 3, and then 14 targets with Neighbors in and out of the game in week 4. He caught 11 of 14 last week, but it only amounted to 71 yards because it's Daniel Jones throwing him the ball. 7 catches just for 61 yards the week before on 8 targets. His 1 touchdown came in a limited game. 2 catches on 4 targets for 18 yards and a TD in week 2. He caught 6 of 12 in week 1 for 44 yards. So the actual output, the yards per target, is not great. 3.7, 4.5, 7.6, and 5.1. You can average that in your head if you're quick, or with a calculator if you feel like it. I'm not going to do it, but that's limited yards per target overall, but the volume should be there if he happens to take the field. Darius Slayton would be the next man up in the passing attack if he doesn't. He'll be the number 2 anyway. He's playable, but not good. Last week, 3 of 5 for 56 yards. He hasn't seen the end zone yet this season. 3 catches each of the first 2 weeks. Dipped to 1 catch in week 3. Has a fairly significant track record of being mediocre at best. 12.8 yard ADOT, so at least you're operating down the field a little bit. Wandale on just a 4.7 yard ADOT, more of a safety valve, a little bit more over the middle. That's where some of those targets came. It's not like they're taking big shots with Wandale, but if they get in close, he'd be the more likely red zone target recipient. Devin Singletary, in my opinion, not a very good running back. Gets a fair amount of volume in this offense. He's carried the ball 14 times a game. He does have 2 touchdowns on the board. Just 1.4 yards before contact, 2.5 yards after contact per rushing attempt. He's a limited guy. He always has been. 3.9 yards per rushing attempt overall is not very good. 16 carries for 95 and a touchdown in week 2. That was decent output for fantasy. 16 for 65 and a touchdown in week 3. That's a Devin Singletary game. He added 4 catches on 4 targets for 43, so we were at 108 from scrimmage and a touchdown. That's effective. I'm not saying he's off the board, but especially dealing with a groin injury now, coming back in a limited sense as far as practicing goes, keep an eye on the status. He only ranks as RB 42, 36, 46, 43. Oh, sorry. No, that couldn't have been right. I was like 7 points. How did I get there? 16, 20, 17, 13. Sometimes I should actually look at the numbers and think before I just read what's there. If Singletary doesn't go, it presumably becomes Tyrone Tracy's job, but he hasn't exactly distinguished himself in his limited role so far. Last week, 4 carries for 2 yards, caught 1 pass for 19. Week 3 was his best game. He carried the ball 5 times for 23 yards, caught 2 of 2 for 17 yards. It's a mid-draft pick. Not a lot of draft capital in him, but a little bit. Again, I assume he steps into the carries, but what does that really look like? Eric Gray, the other backup, has carried the ball just once per game over the last 2 weeks, 2 times in week 1, seen just a few snaps per game, single-digit snap counts per game, while Tracy's been out there at least for mid-teens to 20 snaps per game. So again, that leads me to believe that Tracy's the guy if Singletary doesn't go. Probably sees a little bit of an uptick, probably gets over 10 carries for the first time. Jalen Hyatt down the depth chart with Neighbors out. He'll presumably get a little bit more of an opportunity. So far this season, he's just running sprints. 3 targets on the year. He hasn't caught any of them. He's played right around 12 snaps a game so far. He's running about 7 routes a game, and Daniel Jones continually misses him. Not misses him like, boy, I wish Jalen were here and was a good player. I miss the old Jalen. Misses him in terms of, there's Jalen wide open down the field. He beat his guy by 3 steps, and I'm going to throw the ball 15 yards in that direction and 12 yards short of where he actually is, because I'm Daniel Jones. Jones ranks 14-7. He does have some points per dollar on DK. Less so on FanDuel, 16-12 on the FanDuel slate. Daniel Jones is not a good quarterback. Have I made that abundantly clear yet? Completing 63% of his 36 attempts per game. He's thrown 4 touchdowns against 3 interceptions, 220 yards a game. Limited 6 yards per pass attempt on a 7.4 intended air yards, 3.4 actual air yards per attempt. He runs the ball, but he's got more of a reputation as a runner than an actual skill set. 5.8 rushing attempts per game, 3 yards per attempt, 17.5 yards per game, 2 before, 1.1 after contact. No rushing touchdowns yet from this season. And now no Neighbors. Like I said, the only reason Jones looks even as good as he does is entirely to do with Malik Neighbors. Completed 29 of 40 for 281 empty yards last week. It was his yardage high on the season. No touchdowns, 1 interception. I mean, it's Daniel Jones. The tight end position, they're extremely limited. Theo Johnson is the nominal starter, but really not getting involved in the offense at all. Saw 4 targets in week 1, 59 snaps, and it was like, okay, maybe this kid's going to be involved. They have thrown to the tight end position over the last couple of seasons. He's seen 4 targets since that game. He's caught 2 of them. Hasn't had more than 1 catch in a game. Daniel Bellinger's been targeted twice all season while playing limited snap shares. And then Chris Manhertz is getting an effective number of snaps, runs 1 or 2 routes a game because he's out there mostly as a blocker. So it's very limited 3-way tight end action on the Giants. More limited, I think, than even Indy. Bryce Ford Wheaton, Emir Smith-Marset, Gunnar Olszewski, if he suits up, whichever one of those guys ends up suiting up, if any of them end up out there as a dart play, if you're building a bunch of giant stacks for some reason, go for it. But let's see. Smith-Marset has played only on special teams so far. Bryce Ford Wheaton has one snap with the offense. He's played almost exclusively on special teams as well. They're just depth guys if Wandale doesn't go in addition to Neighbors not going. If Wandale's out there, you can scratch those guys entirely. If Wandale doesn't play, those guys are still very, very, very limited options. All of the quality in this game comes down on the Seattle side. Geno Smith rates his QB4 on both sides by points, QB1 on both sides by points per dollar. We're getting a lot of them in those quick sim results that I glanced at before. We are going to show those in a minute at the end of the show, so stick around if you're waning in your attention. If you're looking to click the end button, stick around for another couple minutes. Geno was 38 of 56 against Detroit. Significant passing volume in each of the last 3 games. 395 yards, but just 1 touchdown, 1 interception in week 4. 289 yards, a touchdown, two picks in week 3, 327 yards and a touchdown in week 2 on 44 pass attempts. They're throwing the ball quite a bit. He's got 3 excellent weapons in the passing game. He's got Kenny Walker. Kenny's questionable again. He's dealing with an oblique injury, but he's been practicing presumably since he was out there last week. He's out there this week. Last week he came back, carried the ball 12 times for 80 yards and a monstrous 3 touchdowns. That's where all the touchdowns went in that game. Different game script slightly, or non-starting Kenny Walker, and they have Zach Charbonnet. 2 of those touchdowns are probably thrown by Geno instead of going on the ground through Kenny, but he had a great game in his first game back after missing 2 weeks. Like I said, presumably out there, if it's Charbonnet, more limited but still a talented guy. Charbonnet carried the ball 18 times for 91 yards and 2 touchdowns in Kenny's week 3 absence. 14 carries for 38 yards and a touchdown in his week 2 absence. So there is ability there. He also gets involved in the passing game. I would not go with Charbonnet that often or that aggressively if Kenneth Walker is active. Walker ranks 7'8", 6'8" across sites. Charbonnet would climb, but not to those heights if he becomes the starter and the featured back. But really, I'm all about the Seattle passing game here. I like Geno just for his accuracy, for his volume, and I'll take what I get in terms of the touchdowns. I like the weapons in DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and JSN. All 3 of those guys capable of big games. They're going up against the Giants' pass defense that's allowed 7.3 yards per pass attempt this season to sit 19th. They've allowed 4.7 yards per rush attempt that ranks 24th. That feeds the upside for Kenny Walker to have another good day. Despite an 11.36% sack rate and 15 sacks on the season, that ranks 3rd overall. The Giants have just a 0.85% interception rate, 26th on the season. Their 24.5% pressure rate is good, not great, for all those sacks they're coming away with. They're getting to the quarterback. They're only putting so much pressure on him. They're not hurrying that many throws. So it's a weird confluence of circumstances there that I think a player like Geno just overcomes. And with the ability that these receivers are going to have to beat the limited Giants secondary, Geno's not going to need a ton of time for them to get open anyway. By the way, for the Seattle defense, 35.9% pressure rate coming against Daniel Jones. 14 sacks for them on the season. Just 2 interceptions for them. But that's a pretty good pressure rate. Their sack rate ranks 6th, 10.45% sack rate. They're allowing a 14th ranked 21.3 points per game. The Giants have given up 21 points per game to rank 13th. So as far as pressuring the quarterback, sacking the quarterback, and the number of points that they're allowing per game, and even honestly the yardage, both of these defenses are at least gettable. But Seattle against the pass, 6.4 yards per attempt, ranks 9th actually in football. The 1.67% interception rate is 17. So that doesn't really bode well for the Danny Jones big day without Malik situation. DK Metcalf, wide receiver 2-2 on DraftKings, 2-6 on FanDuel. Kenny Walker, 7-8 on the DK slate at the running back position. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 9-3 on DraftKings, 10-5 on FanDuel. This is your number 2 stack by points, your number 1 stack by points per dollar on Seattle here. Really like the Seattle offense for some upside against my Giants. Tyler Lockett at a very playable 29s or mid-20s ranking on DK, 30s ranking on FanDuel. Nothing wrong with that option either. 7.9 yard ADOT, 19% of the air yards going in Lockett's direction. He's yet to score 25% of the air yards and 8.1 ADOT, 8.1 yard ADOT on 8 targets a game going toward JSN. Using him a little bit differently this season is nice to see. More downfield opportunities. Has not gotten in the end zone yet either, but definitely some upside there. And then a 12.3 yard ADOT is a significant downfield target. 9 targets a game. 2 touchdowns on the board for DK Metcalf with a bunch of upside in the passing game against this bad defense. Noah Fant at the tight end position hasn't really been significantly involved yet. 4 targets a game, putting up 7.4 yards per target. He is an effective positional option. Just 2 catches for 26 yards last week. Peaked with 6 catches and 60 yards on 6 targets in week 3. That was an interesting enough game to get him into some lineups last week. He's very cheap. He does have touchdown dependent potential. Ranks as tight end 17, 22, 20, 20. And again, if you think about the fact that we're probably only playing 1 tight end per lineup, those are not great rankings for your tight end spot. Jake Bobo got involved a little bit, if memory serves, in the last game. 3 catches, 30 yards. Not significant, but caught all 3 of his targets, and a big-bodied receiver with reasonable ability to potentially score against the Giants and ruin everybody's day. God forbid he gets out there for 2 catches. That said, he only ran 6 routes each of the first 3 weeks. He doubled his route running last week with 12, went from 18 to 22 snaps. His snap count has progressively increased a little bit, but he's not going to take time away from the prime weapons in the passing game, and he's not going to take many DFS shares away either. AJ Barner has been involved in the passing game a little bit as well. Definitely merits mentioning because he scored a touchdown last week. Just 2 targets, caught both of them, 27 yards and a TD. Ran 18 routes on 31 snaps. That was his highest route run and snap count by far. Tripled his previous highest route running share last week. Little potential maybe to get involved. Giants not particularly good against tight ends over the last 2 decades or so. Laviska drew a target last week. He caught it for 18 yards. He's seen exactly 1 target each game, and he's caught exactly 1 ball each game. The yardage went from 0 to 6 to 2 to 18. If he happens to fall in the end zone with that ball in his hands for 3,000 on DraftKings, you know what I'm going to say. Other than those guys, and that's a pretty deep lineup. Other than those guys, there's not that much down depth chart there. Definitely not a lot of down depth chart appeal on the Giants side of things. Even though he's not playing, Malik Neighbors is still the most likely guy to get a bonus from the Giants side. From the Seattle side, it's definitely DK Metcalf, but Kenny Walker's giving him a run for his money at the running back position for sure. Both of those guys get hit bonuses against this team. The Seattle defense, with all of their quality and the great matchup against a bad Giants team, ranks first by points on both sites. 8th by points per dollar, 11th by points per dollar across sites, but first by raw scoring on both sites. So an interesting defense. The Giants defense, not so much. They are a points per dollar option, 5-4 by points per dollar, but 18-20 against a very high scoring, very good Seattle offense that ranks highly. That's just a contrarian play, and I really don't think it works out. And that's it. That's the slate up and down, gang. You made it. 10 of you still here hanging out. More of you, I'm sure, out there going to catch up overnight and through the weekend. I appreciate every single one of you, whether you're live or on record. You should show us how you would build your lineup. Bridgeline, I've done that a whole bunch of times. I do that for showdown shows. We actually sit there and build lineups hand by hand. But I'm actually about to show you how I would build my lineups because I do it via process. I got to pull these tabs out. I do it via process with our sim and optimization partner over at AceMind. I actually use a different optimizer. Not that there's anything negative about the AceMind one. I just have everything set up already in the RG one. So that's the optimizer that I use. But then I port lineups over to AceMind and I run sims. And that's where I extract the lineups. It's different if we're talking about building one lineup and building by hand, obviously. And we can get into a little bit of discussion about that. But the way that I do it when I'm building a pool of lineups is to run these sims and then to get into the sim board. And that works for whether you're selecting one lineup, 20 lineups, 150 lineups, or whatever the case may be. And this is what your results look like from AceMind. In this version, Mamba, I ran it just to get it done quickly during the show there. I ran it against a more limited pool. This is against a 19,000 entry tournament. So this is obviously a much, much smaller pool. Individual ROI. Do I have access to that in this board? I don't know if I do. Oh, that's interesting. You can auto sort all that. I didn't know that. I don't think we're getting individual ROI on this board. I think it's in here somewhere. I just forget where to access that in my results. But it's more lineup focused ROI. Whoops. I keep clicking on guys by accident. Across our top 150 lineups, which are now out of sort, unfortunately, because I screwed that up. Let me just resort these by. Here's your ROI column, by the way. Lineup score. Where are you, lineup score? Where are you, lineup score? There it is. All right. So the lineup score, if you haven't seen Ace Mine before, I create on the front end of the sim. I tell it which out of ROI, top 1% rate, win rate, ownership, and projection of the lineup, which of those factors are most important, how to rank it to create the lineup score. For this one, I used a 60-20-20, 60% ROI, 20% ownership, 20% top 1%. And again, it ran 50,000 sims against a 19,000 entry pool. Geno Smith, quarterbacking quite a few of those top DraftKings performing lineups. Brock Purdy creeping in there, some Danny Dimes. That's not great. Noteworthy ownership share across the top 150 lineups. Jordan Mason coming up in 71% of them. I believe he's projected around like 50% public ownership. But this is saying you can go even heavier than that. At worst, you should be around the field on Jordan Mason this week. He's just that good. Chuba Hubbard is drawing a pretty significant chunk of the top 150 as well here. And again, this is just kind of a slap together sim. And looking at these lineups, know that this was the sim tool that built these lineups. The correct way to do this is to build lineups. That's not what the sim tool's built for. It just is built to mash things together as far as lineup creation goes. So you want to build out a big pool of lineups and drop those into the sim. There's nothing wrong necessarily with any one of these lineups, but like this one here, there's 4 guys from San Fran. I don't love the 4-player stacks. That's Purdy, Mason, Ayuk, and Kittle. That starts to get a little bit thin. So I don't typically build those. What I'm typically looking at is QB +1, QB +2. Just talking to answer that question from Bridgeline a little bit about how we build. By the way, Bridgeline, check out the Groups and Optimizers article on the site. There's like 2,000 words in there that's just like boilerplate content that I have every week that's just talking about lineup building concepts and what you want to do. So the key thing is you always want to be stacking with your quarterback. You want to have a correlated score with your quarterback. It's almost certainly going to be a pass catcher, so a wide receiver, a tight end. I'll go up to 2 of those. I typically don't go to 3 of those. You can stack running backs. Some running backs that are bell cow 3-down running backs benefit in both the rushing and the passing game and are directly correlated with the quarterback because they catch a high volume of balls. Think Alvin Kamara. Some running backs, like I said about somebody 3 hours ago, some running backs will benefit just from the quality of their offense. If they're moving the ball up and down the field that often, they'll be in the red zone. They'll see scoring opportunities. So they're floated a little bit. The guys who have direct correlation in the passing game are the more important, in my mind, running backs to get to. So you see a little bit of correlation as far as the lineup build there goes. Defense, I'm tending to try and save money at defense. I'm going to try and get one value receiver. If that value receiver is also a guy who can help offset any kind of ownership concerns and differentiate a lineup, so much the better. I will take chalky value running backs, but I don't take dart throw value running backs all that frequently. If a running back steps into a role at a cheap price, that's just good. That's just a good opportunity. Regardless of ownership publicly, I'll take that shot. But I don't typically tend to say, well, that guy's going to get 10 carries and maybe he breaks one and I'll take my shot at running back to pay up at wide receiver. Typically, I look for my big play, low ownership, low opportunity, low volume player at the wide receiver spot. Defense, I'll let fall where it may. I'm typically looking to save money at defense if I can. It's usually the last thing that goes into my lineup if I'm hand building. What else? What else do we want to think? Mama says, interesting. I see Slayton up there at the top. Like I said earlier when you said you didn't like Giants receivers, Ace Mine does. So there's a difference between gotten to one of these lineups. He's in a couple of them. He's in 4% of the top 150. So yeah, he crept into a couple on happenstance of these absolute top performers. And he does carry some points per dollar value. There's no question about it. He could succeed, and that's what you see represented here. These two shares are the could succeed. These are not necessarily the high probability of success. 4% across 150 lineups exposure in our best 150. It's not all that significant. If you extend it to the top 500, which we can do. Give it a second. He's also in 4% of the top 500. Oh, wait. Nope, maybe not. Yep, 4% of the top 500. So, yeah, can get you there. But can get you there applies to a lot of players. Likely to is a lot more limited around Darius Slayton. I'm not taking him off the board, though. Don't misunderstand. Absolutely can play. Could play this lineup and succeed, right? Love Geno, Jordan Mason, Kyron Williams. That's a great start to a lineup. DK paired with Geno. Great start to a lineup. JSN also in that lineup, pads the stack. And you have Slayton in this lineup particularly as a bring back play in that Giants-Seattle game to the JSN DK Geno play. So that specific construction I actually like a lot. Getting David Njoku, he's questionable if he plays. It's a great tight end option. Dontavian Wicks at the flex position. A lot of people like to focus either way around running backs. I don't really care. You can see right here, I mean, this is a good representation of a mix of running backs and wide receivers that succeeded through our top lineups. A little bit more secure floor if you go running back in the flex. A little bit higher ceiling on a lot of times if you go wide receiver. So in that one I was just highlighting, it got to Dontavian Wicks and then aggressively Panthers defense here. But again, at the same price, I am going to probably flip that to get to more Denver defense than Panthers defense on FanDuel. They came up in 32% of our top 500 here. It's aggressive. Pats D came up quite a bit. I'm sure the Denver D's in here somewhere. Seattle's defense is in there a lot. Oh, this is DK. That's right. Yeah, I love the love against the Rams matchup for sure. Lot to like about that for all of those receivers. So there's a little look at your DK board, guys. Brock in our top. Let me go back to 150. And the good news is when you run these, you have access to not only the top 500 through this, you've got access to whatever the full pool of lineups against 19,000 and probably built like 15,000 lineups. So if you just click up here, the download all lineups, you can get all of those. So just as build me a bunch of lineups in a hurry, I'm going to drop them into my old Excel sorting tool and I'll figure it out from there on my own. You can use this tool that way if you really wanted to. What I was really going to say is, outside of you can do this in a hurry and just bang, I need 20 lineups as the default that pops up with. You can get 150. They've got some other presets like 80 something is an option in their presets there to get to quickly, but you can punch in whatever you want between 1 and 500 and just mash that button and it gives you a direct export for uploading into DK. But what I think the best way to use this is to take like the top 500 here and drop those into an old fashioned sorting tool. And then really, if you have time, get refined and use that to refine your process about, all right, exactly how much Jordan Mason do I want? Exactly how much Chuba Hubbard versus the field? Make sure that your stacks and your quarterback distributions are fair. Because 48% Geno, I love Geno this week, but 48% of my 150 lineups, I don't know if I want to put that much weight on Geno. Right? You could probably pare that down to like 30% exposure and be well ahead of the field and properly leveraged. These are some of your other exposures. Danny Dimes in the top 150 came up 6% of the top 150. Brock 9%, Watson 5%. This also, the quarterback ownership, the reason I'm highlighting it, informs the stacks to some degree. This is Joe Burrow. 2% for Burrow, 5% for T-Law. Josh Allen got into 10%, but more of the lower ranked ones. Lamar, 3%. Jaden, 4%. So there is a little bit of spread here. With Geno occupying half of the goddamn shares, it's more limited spread than we might otherwise see. It's worthy of consideration if you're running a sim tool. A way to cheat that is if you go in, you can, one, artificially just lower Geno's projection, or if you just artificially lower the standard deviation just slightly, take away a little bit of it, you'll get to him slightly less. But there is a fair amount of spread here. The running back position, though, is very concentrated on Mason and Hubbard here. Who's our next most highly owned running back? Kyron. I like that a lot as a 3-man in the flex spot. One of those 3 in the flex with Jordan Mason, Chuba Hubbard, and Kyron. It's going to be popular, but well worth getting to per these sim results and for everything we looked at. Josh Jacobs was the next man up at the running back spot after that. Javonte, 13%. Javonte I don't love. Jerome Ford, a lot better looking option. Trey Sermon, 10% is interesting. Let me flip over here and talk some FanDuel lineups real quick. Bridgeline, what are direct pivots? Do you mean what does the term direct pivot mean, or do you mean who are the direct pivots? And if so, tell me from what or from who. Direct pivot more meaning a guy at same price or similar ownership, and similar opportunity, but lower ownership, right? Or like it's a player who looks similar in most respects, except for one thing makes him more appealing because he's potentially sneakier than the super popular guy, right? You've got 2 tight ends that both cost $5,300 on DraftKings. They're both stepping into a bigger role this week, but one guy's getting buzz and 30% ownership projections. The other guy getting talked about only in little corners, little pockets, and not getting nearly the popularity. That's a direct pivot, those 2 guys. What's a direct pivot from Seattle as a full stack? Pull up the full board here again. I assume you're talking DK. So Seattle ranked, what are they? 2-1 at radically different actual price points, but higher projections. San Francisco ranks as stack 1 and 2 by points per dollar, where for Seattle it was stack 2 and 1 by points per dollar. But those are not necessarily going to be direct equivalent plays at price. I might look more toward like Buffalo would be interesting. They're 4-5 on DK. Probably not Houston. Houston ranks 3rd by points, but slips to 10th by points per dollar, so you're probably limited in what you could do direct swap there. Cleveland is not a bad direct swap. They rank 8th by points, but 4th by points per dollar. A lot of similarly priced players, similarly structured depth chart, similar opportunity with them against Washington as Seattle against the Giants. I greatly prefer Seattle, and that comes entirely down to the quarterback. I like Geno Smith. I think he's a much, much better quarterback than Deshaun Watson is at this stage of their careers. That would have sounded insane 4 years ago. I think Cleveland is a reasonable pivot if you're looking for like a full stack pivot. It's going to be my answer anyway. Green Bay is another one. They'll be more popular though. They rank 5-3. And again, similarly stack up with like a lot of wide receiver depth, similar kind of depth charts, and obviously a very good quarterback at the helm there. So maybe even Green Bay might actually be a better answer. Just depends on what fits price and popularity wise. Not surprising, Power. Rizzo not going to play the ALDS. Did Ben Rice make the postseason roster? Let me wrap this up and talk these last FanDuel lineups because I got a lot of writing to do tonight. I got to write all those game notes still. A little bit blurry on your board there, guys, but suffice to say, a lot of Jordan Love in the quarterback spot, which means a lot of Green Bay stacks, which makes me a happy camper. Top one, Jordan Love, Jaden Reed, Dontavian Wicks as a three-man Green Bay stack with Trey Sermon, Travis Etienne, and Jordan Mason running backs. A little Colby Parkinson, all right, I'll take that. Washington's defense, I don't really love that option, but we could probably improve that just by clicking away from it, going to a cheap defense, one of those good points per dollar options. Justin Fields creeping into the number 2 lineup. CJ Stroud, a little bit more spread at the quarterback position, which means more spread across stacks on FanDuel. Projections for MLB playoffs Bridgeline will probably be up in the morning, if not overnight tonight. They'll be done before I step out of the house tomorrow, but there's not going to be a show. They haven't been doing weekend shows for baseball all season. Shows for the playoff slates are going to be kind of limited. Whoops. Didn't mean to click on that. But projections and content will be up probably overnight because I got to get out of here around noon tomorrow. We'll have basically the full idea of what the lineups look like, but I won't be there to actually confirm lineups tomorrow. Just know that. Lineup scores. Back to here. One thing I'll notice across 150 lineups, that is a massive share of Trey Sermon on FanDuel. Very cheap, very interesting points per dollar running back. I would probably scale that back somewhat significantly, though, if I was taking these 150 entries. I'm not sure where his public number comes down right now, but if you're a little bit on top of the public number, you're properly leveraged. If you're a lot on top of it, don't be this far on top of it. That's a massive amount of weight to put into Trey Sermon across your 150 lineups. Jordan Mason at 55% is a lot more realistic, right around where he ought to be, and also around his public ownership projection. Jaden Reed, love the option there. Commanders defense is, again, not a great choice outside of points per dollar. I just think they're going to get pretty lit up there. So that's one I would definitely control via sorting process, via just how my stacks are built. But they do get through on points per dollar here with how this is configured. So it's not one to write off completely, and it's going to be completely underowned. Kyron, tons of shares there. Some Debo. Love that Jordan Love came up 29%. Justin Fields at 27%, I'm a lot less comfy with. A lot of Denver defense, which I expected to see, and I like quite a bit on FanDuel. Wandale landing at 19%. Got to play, obviously. Wicks at 17%. And then some downboard Najee, Keenan Allen is nice to see in there. Some Kenny Walker's good. Etienne. Solid spread at the running back position on FanDuel too. 15% Derrick Henry. 11% Josh Jacobs. FanDuel feels, outside of the top few players, a lot more spread out. Part of that probably was because of how frequently Geno was driving through the DK sim, where, for one, he doesn't really come up all that much at all on FanDuel. There he is. Yeah, Geno just 1% of our top 150 on FanDuel. It's a monster difference for that player across sites. So he was pulling a lot of Seattle shares just along with him, and you kind of slip with shares of everybody else, where the broadly distributed quarterback shares are creating a good mix of downboard options. So I like that. Just when I run lineups, I really like to see a lot of distribution at quarterback. So another, going back to the how do I build lineups, when I'm optimizing, my thinnest position is quarterback. I limit quarterback shares to like 8% so that I can ensure that that lineup build has a big distribution of stacks, players from within those stacks, and the combinations that they fall into. And then sorting gets me back to where I need to be, or simming gets me back to where I need to be on exposures. But now I've assured myself that I have that good spread. In weeks where I have enough time, I will go to the extent of clicking each individual quarterback, locking them in, and building a full slate of lineups exclusively with them, so that I know for sure that I've got 300 lineups with each quarterback and a broad distribution of player combinations across those lineups. So that's really what I'm always focused on as far as lineup building, and then you just consolidate that down, crunch that down via tools like Sims or sorting tables. And that is probably enough talking out of me for one night. Coming right up on 4 hours. We're 2 minutes short of 4 hours. What else is there to say? I don't know, guys. I already watched Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power last night, so I got nothing to watch tonight. I'm going to be just sitting here writing about this slate the rest of the night. This entire show you just watched, I'm going to go back and do that entire thing with these coming up. It's just going to be all typed out. That'll be in the Group and Optimizers article by the time the sun comes up, or maybe a few minutes after the sun comes up. Your projections, your rankings will get an update going into tomorrow, and then there will be a little bit of a pause through tomorrow while I'm out of the house for the afternoon and into the evening. But I'll be back late into Saturday night. I'll get everything updated. I'll do last couple runs over Saturday night of everything. Make sure all the notes, lineup optimizer groups, and everything are lined up correctly. Any scratches are accounted for, and then I'm up all night into Sunday morning through the afternoon on Sunday anyway. Any relevant updates come through, get taken care of immediately when they land. All updates for Sunday morning. I run a couple updates on Sunday morning. Typically, those are just the projections. Know that, right? So if you guys are looking projections and you're also using the rankings, if we're down toward the last 2 hours before lock, I might not rerun rankings. I'll always try and mention it, but projections always going to be fully up to date, up to the minute. If any of that sounded interesting and you're not already subscribed, go check out rotoscouts.com. Every single plan we offer is under $1 a day, all in, every sport that gets covered, every tool, every piece of content, zero hidden fees, zero per lineup, per entry fees like other places might start doing. It's just not our approach. We're not looking to get rich, we're just looking to keep the lights on. Check it out. Also check out acemind.io if you want sims like what you're seeing on the screen here. Definitely a great place to go over there. Promo code ROTOSCOUTS, all in caps, gets you 20% off your first month when you decide to sign up with those guys. The most efficient, least expensive, most powerful combination of tools in the entire industry. I'm telling you that right now. Not a lot of people know yet. It's a well-kept secret. Spread the word if you want to. Helps us all out. Keep it to yourself. Helps you out. Appreciate you guys. That was 4 hours. I had to get us over the 4-hour mark. Appreciate the hell out of you guys. You absolutely rock. Hit the like button for me if you haven't done that already. Jump into our Discord. Any questions over the next couple of days? I'm in there all the time, so ask away. Hit up the Twitter handle. Otherwise, good luck out there this weekend. Somebody go win something, and we'll see you for shows on Monday at the latest. So long, guy.